Just making sure that my cell phone is off. Good morning, Mr. Shaskalsin. Good
morning, Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Ngwato. Your microphone, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair.
Please pull one of them closer to you, whichever. Yeah, thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Sergeant Nkosi.
Good morning, Chair.
Yes.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Perhaps I should start because I don't think the presence of Sergeant Nkosi has been publicized. If it has been, that's not to my knowledge. So perhaps there's a need to explain that publicly. Well, on the 13th of March 2026, I made an order that recalled the order in terms of which Sergeant Nkosi has been testifying remotely and off camera. Reasons were to be given at a later stage, and these are the reasons. On 13 March 2026, I made an order directing that Sergeant Fani Ezekiel Nkosi, who until at some point between my order of 30 January 2026 and 13 March 2026 was identified as Witness F, should appear physically in open session when his testimony resumes before the Commission today, that is Monday, 16 March 2026. The order of 13 March 2026, which was not accompanied by reasons, varies the order I made on 30 January 2026 and repeated on 3 February 2026, in which I ordered that the testimony of Sergeant Nkosi be presented without mention of his name and publication of his image. On 3 and 4 February 2026, Sergeant Nkosi gave evidence on the Microsoft Teams platform from an undisclosed remote location with the evidence leaders and commissioners present at the Commission's hearing venue. His evidence could not be finalized on those dates. This resulted in a postponement to 16 and 17 March 2026. Below are brief reasons for the order of 13 March 2026. On 26 February 2026, Deputy National Commissioner for Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Shadrack Sibia, testified before the Commission. At the commencement of his testimony, he sought a ruling that the Commission's evidence leaders should not examine him on issues relating to his relationship with Sergeant Nkosi until the latter had concluded his evidence. I refused to make that ruling, as at the time, the Commission's term had not been extended and was to end on 17 March 2026, and I held the view that if General Sibia's testimony regarding his relationship with Sergeant Nkosi was deferred to a later date, there was a real risk that the Commission's term would end before General Sibia had testified on what I believed to be a crucial part of his evidence. Previously, General Khumalo's testimony revealed that Sergeant Nkosi fetched a paper bag from the home of Mr. Katiso Molefe, one of the accused in the murder of Mr. Armand Swart. During that testimony, a video clip depicting this event was played, showing both Mr. Molefe and Sergeant Nkosi. Sergeant Nkosi was identified by name. The effect of that was that the public was put in the position of being able to connect the sergeant's name and his face as depicted in the video clip. Crucially, the video clip was played during a public hearing which was live streamed. When Mr. Ngwato, Sergeant Nkosi's attorney, subsequently made submissions in a postponement application, he inadvertently alluded to this video clip and mentioned that it depicted Sergeant Nkosi carrying a bag. In his submissions on that occasion, the evidence leader who was to lead Sergeant Nkosi also inadvertently mentioned the sergeant's name in so many words. If truth be told, the proverbial cat was out of the bag. That notwithstanding, Sergeant Nkosi was still allowed to testify off camera and from a remote location. General Sibiya's witness statement was replete with mention of Sergeant Nkosi's name, and Sergeant Nkosi was central to the events in respect of which General Sibiya was called upon to testify, including the meeting held at General Sibiya's office between him and Mr. Vusi Ket Matlala during or about February 2024, and a party held at General Sibiya's house at which Mr. Matlala was present on 14 September 2024. This led to numerous references to witness F in General Sibiya's testimony. In one of those references, the general accidentally mentioned Sergeant Nkosi's name. At that point, I took the view that it had plainly become farcical to continue with the facade of hiding Sergeant Nkosi's name. Thus, I directed that Sergeant Nkosi's name should henceforth be mentioned without qualification. What remained of the order of 30 January 2026 was the question whether Sergeant Nkosi should continue to give his evidence from a remote location. On 26 February 2026, the Commission notified Sergeant Nkosi's legal representatives that I intended to recall the order of 30 January 2026 and to issue a new order that Sergeant Nkosi attend physically at the venue of the Commission hearings and testify in open session. Sergeant Nkosi was invited to make representations showing cause why the order of 30 January 2026 should not be recalled and replaced as stated. On 3 March 2026, Sergeant Nkosi delivered an affidavit to the Commission. In the affidavit, he set out reasons why his evidence should continue to be heard in camera. I have considered Sergeant Nkosi's witness statement filed at the Commission dated 16 December 2024, as well as the transcript of his evidence given on 3 and 4 February 2026. The witness statement is only 4 pages long. In his witness statement, Sergeant Nkosi deals with his relationship with Mr. Jotham Sibi, Mr. Matlala, Mr. Katiso Mulife, General Sibiya, and General Shibiri. He does not implicate any of them or any other persons in criminal activity or wrongdoing, which falls within the Commission's terms of reference. In his testimony, he did not incriminate or implicate any person, and there is no suggestion that he intends to do so in his further evidence. The fear expressed by Sergeant Nkosi, which was meant to justify testifying remotely and off camera and without mention of his name, was that if this were not allowed, he could easily be identified by spotters who would then relay his whereabouts to persons that might want to harm him. Based on what I have said above, Sergeant Nkosi's name and physical identity are now out in the public domain. Having heard his name, any would-be spotters need only look for the video clip that was played during General Khumalo's testimony. That will give them the sergeant's physical features, Continuing with having Sergeant Nkosi testifying remotely and off camera is no longer justified by the facts before the Commission. In the affidavit dated 3 March 2026, filed to show cause why the order of 30 January 2026 should not be recalled, Sergeant Nkosi states, open quote, "It is quite presumptuous to suggest that I have not implicated anyone yet, as I may implicate more people as the testimony progresses," close quote. He goes on to claim that since he last appeared before the Commission, his safety risk has increased tremendously after he allegedly received calls or texts from, open quote, the African National Congress, Parliament, Portfolio Committee, ANC Soshanguve branch, close quote. He also mentions a few high-ranking members of the ANC, an unnamed girlfriend of one of these members, an unnamed member of parliament, and unnamed friends of some of these persons. Supporters and loyalists of 2 of the high-ranking members of the ANC. He says these persons have contacted him to discourage him from testifying further. Sergeant Nkosi does not take the Commission into his confidence as to what he could possibly say about these people and why they would not want him to testify further. I have taken the conscious decision not to mention the names of these people because mentioning them without any substance having been given on what Sergeant Nkosi says about them, that will serve no purpose other than being sensationalist. Sergeant Nkosi also claims that as a result of his past relationship with the late Mr. Jotham Msibi, whom he claims had a fair share of enemies, he met a lot of senior government officials, politicians, and parliamentarians who visited Mr. Msibi and who had a close relationship with him. Sergeant Nkosi does not say that any of these relationships with politicians are relevant to the Commission's or terms of reference. His witness statement does not implicate any of these politicians in any wrongdoing, and he does not allege that he intends to implicate these persons when his evidence resumes. Accordingly, it is not apparent on what basis any of the grounds on which Sergeant Nkosi relies are relevant to the question whether he should continue giving evidence remotely and off camera. Importantly, he does not state how, if at all, attendance at the Commission's venue poses a risk to his safety. This must be viewed in the light of the fact that he states nothing in his affidavit, witness statement, and oral testimony so far that implicates any person in conduct which falls within the Commission's terms of reference. The order of 30 January 2025 only serves to shield Sergeant Nkosi from the discomfort of testifying in public. This is not the purpose of full or partial in-camera hearings. The sergeant will be questioned about his visit to Mr. Katiso Mulife's house, during which he was seen leaving with a paper bag, evidence already presented by an earlier witness, which showed his face and identified him by name. His image and name are therefore known to the public. While the Commission takes the safety of its witnesses seriously and will take all reasonable measures to ensure that its witnesses are not put at risk, it is clear to me that Sergeant Nkosi is no longer justified to testify, or rather, the order that he continue testifying remotely is no longer justified. There is no cogent basis for believing that any of the evidence he intends to present will place his life in danger. It was for these reasons that I made the order of 13 March 2026. Thank you. Mr. Shazarson?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if Sergeant Nkosi has been sworn in.
I do not think I should swear him in again. Sergeant Nkosi, you remember that you are still under oath.
I confirm, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, Mr. Chancellor.
Sergeant, when we left on the 4th of February, there were 6 topics that you undertook to consider, look at your records, and get back to us on. The first of those topics was 5 topics. Was why you sent Mr. Matlala the warrant of arrest for Mr. Kawula on 21 October 2024, and in particular whether it was to ask his assistance in the arrest of Mr. Kawula because you were on your way to arrest Mr. Kawula on a Saturday and there was a shortage of SAPS officers. Would you like me to run through them all, or do you want to take them one by one?
I think I'll take them one by one.
Okay.
Before you do so, Mr. Shaskalson, can you please advise us which files, because there are 10 files, can you please advise us which ones we should have in front of us right away, please?
Commissioner.
Thanks.
Yes, Mr. Ngwado.
Thank you, Commissioner. Before we started, I spoke to Mr. Chakalson in terms of which method he intends to start with, so that I can allocate the files to the witness. The witness has not been allocated files as yet, as we do not know which file he's going to start with. I thought he was going to start with that aspect because as we're still busy with it, that's when the commission started. Can I therefore be given an opportunity to provide the witness with the files that he might be referred to? Otherwise, where he's seated, he doesn't have any file.
Yeah. May we perhaps just adjourn very briefly then and be advised when to come back?
Certainly, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
are, if I count them, 8 files. I can eliminate 2 for now. The 2 that I won't refer to, certainly not this morning and probably not today, are files 1 and 2 of 3 of the additional exhibits. But unfortunately, I have to move between the other 6 files on and off today.
No, that's fine, Mr. Shaskalson.
Good morning again, Sergeant.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
And as I was saying, there are 5 issues, not 6, that you undertook to get back to us. And the first one was why you sent Mr. Matlala the warrant for the arrest of Mr. Kawula on 21 October 2024, and in particular, was it to ask his assistance in the arrest of Mr. Kawula because you were on your way to arrest Mr. Kawula on a Saturday when there was a shortage of police officials available? So if you can answer that question first, then we'll get to the others.
Can you repeat that question, Commissioner?
Which is why you sent Mr. Matlala the warrant for the arrest of Mr. Kawula on 21 October 2014. So that's the basic question. There's a sort of sub-question, which is the chair had engaged you over the issue of whether it was, as you had earlier indicated, because you had been suddenly called to arrest Mr. Kawula on a Saturday and there weren't SAP's officers available for the arrest, and it was to secure the assistance of Mr. Matlala if you needed it, through his private security firm.
I did not say there weren't enough police officials to arrest Mr. Kawula. I said I sent the warrant to Mr. Matlala because whenever he goes to the pubs or places to have fun, he sees or he might see Mr. Kawula, and then he will effect the arrest or call the cops and show them the warrant so that they must arrest Mr. Kawula.
Sorry, I just want to get your explanations now. I'm not going to interrogate them, but I just want to find out what they are. So, is your explanation that you sent the warrant to Mr. Matlala because he was someone who frequented similar places or similar pubs to those that Mr. Kawula was known to frequent, and you were hoping that he might spot Mr. Kawula at one of the places where he was attending, and then that he could come back to you and the arrest of Mr. Kawula could be effected?
That's true.
Sorry, that's correct.
That's correct.
Then the second question that you said you would come back to is whether you had received any further payments from Mr. Matlala beyond the 20,000 that Mr. Matlala paid you, 20,000 rands, on 27 October 2023, the 5,000 rands that he paid you on 23 May 2024, and various amounts drawn in cash on Mr. Matlala's card for repairs to his boat and the jet ski of Mr. Msibi that he was using. Did you receive any other payments from Mr. Matlala beyond those payments?
Not that I remember.
Not that you remember?
Yes.
The third issue that you were going to come back on was the location of Mr. Matlala's Limpopo farm.
That's correct.
Do you have the location of Mr. Matlala's farm?
That's correct. It's in one of the files. I'll check it now. But I've got it's in Not exactly in Limpopo, but before Limpopo is Mokopane.
So it's in the Mokopane district.
That's correct.
And you have an exact location.
That's correct.
And how can we get that? I mean, can your attorney make that available to us at tea time?
Definitely.
Thank you. The next issue that you were going to get back to us on was when you brought Mr. Msibi's jet ski back from Mr. Matlala's farm to Mr. Msibi's farm.
Yes, it was around September, but I'm not quite sure. But I'll just confirm now with the attorney.
When you say you're not quite sure and you need to confer with your attorney, are you capable of finding an exact date in the record somewhere, or why would you need to speak to your attorney?
I'm not capable of finding exact date, but the month I can try, yes.
But your estimate is September 2024.
That's correct.
And the last issue was the exact date that Mr. Matlala came to visit General Sibiya at SAP's head office when you took him upstairs to see General Sibiya in his office.
Can I repeat that question?
The date of what you said was the first meeting between Mr. Matlala and General Sibiya when Mr. Matlala came to visit General Sibiya at SAP's head office, and he met you downstairs and you took him upstairs to General Sibiya's office.
Yeah.
What, that date?
Okay. I think that was around August, September.
2024.
That's correct.
And you're saying that that was to the best of your knowledge, the first time that Mr. Matlala had met General Sibiya?
That's correct.
Let me then start with that last date, because your earlier testimony was that it was much earlier in 2024. I don't have my exact note here, but I seem to remember January or February 2024 was what you were saying. Let me get the exact date and come back and ask that. But it was certainly well before September 2024. How did you establish that it was in September 2024?
Okay. As you recall, when I testified, I said it was around 2023 or 2024 earlier, but when Commissioner Khumalo reminded me that the project was granted in around June, if I'm not mistaken, then I went back and recalled that it must have been around September, because of that was when Mr. Matlala had issues with his payments.
So your memory, you've determined that date inferentially with reference to the contract that Mr. Matlala had with SAPS, not by any other means. So you've used the fact that his contract was only awarded in the middle of 2024 to estimate that this meeting must have taken place in September because it was about problems with the contract.
That's correct.
You don't have any other means of specifying the date for this meeting?
No, I don't have.
But you are clear in your mind that that was the first meeting?
According to my knowledge, it was the first meeting in my presence.
And was that meeting before or after General Sabia's Thanksgiving, what you described as a Thanksgiving celebration, what General Sabia described as a celebration for his son?
I think it was before.
Because we have a date for the Thanksgiving meeting. That date, if you bear with me for a minute,
14 September.
14 September 2024. So would how much before 14 September 2024 would your first meeting with, would Mr. Matlala's first meeting with General Sabia have been?
I would say the Thanksgiving came after the meeting, because of that is when I started to communicate more often with Mr. Matlala after their first meeting that I was aware about.
But how often, how much before that meeting at SAP's headquarters how much before the Thanksgiving meeting would the meeting at SAP's headquarters have been?
I can't be exact.
Is it plausible that that meeting could have happened in September, and already on the 14th of September, General Sabia was inviting Mr. Matlala to a Thanksgiving celebration at his home?
There are possibilities that the meeting occurred before the month of September or in September, but I can confirm that the Thanksgiving came after the meeting.
And we know also that as early as March 2024, you were making arrangements for impalas to be delivered at General Sabia's home by Mr. Matlala. Are you saying that the impala exchanges on the 21st of March 2024 were 6 months before Mr. Matlala had met Mr. Sabia, General Sabia?
Point of correction, Commissioner, I was not arranging for Mr. Sabia to get impalas.
Sorry, you were not arranging?
For Mr. Sabia to get the impalas?
Well, we've been through that previously. What happened is you got a voice call forwarded to you by Mr. Matlala on the 21st of March, asking for details as to where the impalas should be delivered. You then forwarded that voice note to General Sabia, and you then received back saying it's from CAT. You then received a screenshot from Mr. Matlala that reflected that the delivery would take place at General Sabia's home address, and said, okay, everything's been arranged. He will catch the impalas on Sunday and transported Monday to that location. Is it good? That was Rudy, farm manager, on the screenshot, and Mr. Matlala said, no problem. So that exchange all took place on the 21st of March, 6 months before you say General Sabia first met Mr. Matlala. How do you explain that?
I'm explaining that by saying, in my knowledge, Mr. Matlala sent me the voice note. I sent the same voice note to General Sabia. General Sabia sent me feedback. I sent it to Mr. Matlala, but I did not take part on the said arrangement as you are saying that I've arranged.
What was the feedback that General Sibiya gave you?
He gave me, sent me a location to give to Mr. Matala.
And you understood that to be the location at which the impalas were to be delivered?
That's correct.
And that happened in March 2024. We know it. We've got the cell records and the WhatsApp records and the screenshot.
I will revert back to my files and just confirm.
And your message to General Sibiya on the 21st of March at 7:25:24 in the morning was, "Morning, it's from Cat." That was the message that went with the voice note that you sent 30 seconds previously. So you understood that on the 21st of March, General Sibiya would know who Cat was.
I'm not sure that I'm getting what you are saying. Can you repeat that?
Well, maybe we should go to the document so that you can see what they are. And if it's page 214 of the exhibit file, file 104, 214.
I found it.
So at 7:24:55, you forward the voice note, and you recall what that voice note says. It broadly says, what address must we deliver the impalas?
That's correct.
Immediately after forwarding that voice note to General Sibiya, you say, "Morning, it's from Cat." You see that at
Yes,
chat
yes.
number 5?
Yes.
So you assumed that General Sibiya knew who Cat was.
That's correct.
So by the 21st of March 2024, General Sibiya knew who Cat was.
That's correct.
But you say the first time they met each other was 6 months later.
I've never said the first time they met each other. I said when I collected Cat downstairs, he was at General Sibiya to complain about his payment, not that they met for the first time.
So you accept that they must have met quite some time before that meeting in September?
That's correct.
And in particular, that they would have met before you sent this voice note on the 21st of March?
Possibilities, yes.
Well, why would you refer to Mr. Matlala as Cat if you didn't know that General Sibiya and Mr. Matlala were well acquainted?
If I understand the question correct, you say, why do I refer Mr. Matala as Cat?
Yes, you're sending a note, you're sending a text to General Sibiya, and you want to explain that the voice note comes from Mr. Matlala, and you don't say, "Good morning, this is a voice note from Mr. Matlala." You say, "Morning, it's from Cat," which suggests that General Sibiya knows who Cat is, which suggests that General Sibiya and Mr. Matlala are well acquainted.
To just rectify that issue of Cat and Mr. Matala is one and the same person. And myself and General Sibiya knows that who Cat is, what the name Cat belonged to.
And But does that not suggest that he and Mr. Matlala had met at some stage prior to the 21st of March 2024?
That's correct, it's possible.
When you forwarded this voice note to General Sabia, you'll see that he called you back at 8:39 in the morning.
That's correct.
In the course of that call, did he ever say to you, I don't want impalas?
No?
Sorry, was that a no?
Yes.
And did he say to you, I certainly don't want anything from CAT because CAT is a supplier?
No?
Can I take you to General Sabia's evidence? It's in that additional file 3 of 3.
303.
3 of 3. So the additional file, and it starts at page 1258. Let's go to 1261.
I'm on it.
So at 1261,
Just bear with us, Mr. Chaskowski. Yes.
and he is talking about the meeting where you brought General Sabia, where you brought Mr. Matlala up to General Sabia's office. He's got that date as December 2023. And the chair asks him, are you saying that in December 24 you called witness, either 23 or December 2023, you called witness F to your office and asked him to fetch someone who was downstairs. Are you saying that did not happen? He says that did not happen. Lower down, he says he denies that he asked witness F, who's yourself, to be the go-between between you and Mr. Matlala. He says, I never made such request. Over the page, Commissioner Kumalo, at about line 15, so when witness F says, on my arrival to General Sabia's office, I delivered Mr. Matlala, then General Sabia said to me, I'm reading line 20 on 230, that never happened. General Sabia says that never happened. He's not being truthful when he says the three of you were in the office together and you gave him this instruction. From where I'm sitting, I say that never happened, Chair. And then over the page on 1263, about line 16, witness F was never in my office. He was not working in my office. So can we take this evidence of General Sabia one step at a time? Let's start at the end where we've just picked up. 1263. He says you were never in his office, you weren't working in his office. Is that true or false?
That's false.
How often have you been in his office?
Many times, more than I can count.
And when he says, let's go back up a page, 1262, Commissioner Kumalo puts to you, on my arrival to General Sabia's office, I delivered Mr. Matlala. Then General Sabia said to me, and he says that never happened. So he says you never delivered Mr. Matlala to his office. Is that true or false?
That's false.
Let's then move to the to what he says about the impalas. And you've answered some of it already. If you go to page 1267, same file, lines 9 to 11.
And here,
He says he never allowed the impalas to come to him because even if he said, and if you said, when you said from Mr. Mkhwanazi to me, I realized, look, I don't want anything from anybody. Did General Sabia ever say to you he doesn't want to receive anything from Mr. Mkhwanazi?
never said anything.
If we go down the page, or actually to 1271, 1271.
Here,
Line 12. If the message proceeds immediately, say from Cat, and it was about that because I don't have any devices over and above, I was not going to receive anything from a service provider. Did General Sabia ever tell you that he didn't want to receive anything from a service provider?
no.
Then on 1272,
And here,
line 9. I think I indicated earlier that when they sent the pin drop to where the animals, the impalas, must be delivered, I did send it. So he admits that he sent the pin drop. Is that correct? Did he send a pin drop to you?
that's correct.
I also said, but when I got a break or during lunch or whatever the case may be, I called Nkosi and I said, please make sure it's not impalas because I don't need impalas. I cannot keep them and they die. And did he ever say that to you?
He said he called me.
He said he called you and he said, make sure that it's not impalas because I don't need impalas. I can't keep them and they die. Did he ever say that to you?
No,
So what he says in this passage is also false.
correct.
Can we then go to a further part of General Sabia's evidence? Now he's talking about the Thanksgiving celebration or the function for his son on the 14th of September 2024. And his evidence was that when he asked you to ask Kat to make a turn, he was asking you to ask Kat not to come to his Thanksgiving celebration, but rather to fetch his wife who was drunk. Is that correct?
At which page are you now?
I'm at page 1281.
Thank you.
And you can see the record of what General Sabia says in his statement is not complete in its quotation there, but his version in his statement and indeed in his evidence was that he didn't want Mr. Mkhwanazi to attend the function. He wanted Mr. Mkhwanazi to fetch his wife who was drunk. And that's why he asked you to ask Kat to make a turn. Is that correct?
That is his vision, but to me, he never stated that. He just said, tell Kat to make a turn, and I did that.
So he never communicated to you that he needed Kat to come to the function to pick up his wife who was drunk?
I don't recall him saying that.
If we go to page 1306,
(1306).
1306. And if you start at at line 15, Ms. Hassim says, okay, and this is about the Matlala urgent application and the exchange of WhatsApps between yourself and General Sabia in relation to that urgent application and what Mr. Matlala had said about General Sabia. So Advocate Hassim says, so the content of this message to you is about Mr. Matlala naming you in the court documents? Yes. Why did you forward it to Sergeant Nkosi? I might have to say, look what this man is saying, and it's not true. Did you have any conversation with Sergeant Nkosi about it? No, he says. When he says he never discussed with you what Mr. Matlala had said in his affidavits in the urgent application, is that true or false?
Can you repeat that question, Commissioner?
When he says that he never discussed what Mr. Matlala discussed with you, what Mr. Matlala's affidavit in the urgent application said about him, is he being truthful or untruthful?
Untruthful.
Can we then go to page 1292?
I'm here.
There you will see that Advocate Hassim at around line 15 says, you would agree that it is improper for Sergeant Nkosi to be sending this to Mr. Matlala, and he's talking about the warrant for the arrest of Mr. Kawula. So the question is put to General Sabia, would you agree that it's improper for Sergeant Nkosi to be sending the warrant for Mr. Kawula's arrest to Mr. Matlala? And the answer is, fully agree, says General Sabia. Did General Sabia ever communicate to you that he thought it was improper for you to have forwarded the warrant of arrest to Mr. Matlala?
No.
Sorry, Mr. Cheskalson. In fact, you said when you testified previously that it was General Sabia who instructed you to forward it to Mr. Matlala, correct?
I still confirm.
Thanks.
So can I, just picking up from Commissioner Kumalo's question, that is put specifically to General Sabia at page 1288. Line 18, and it's from Commissioner Kumalo. When Sergeant Nkosi says to this commission, you told him to forward the same warrant to Kat Matlala, you're saying Sergeant Nkosi is lying, he's not telling the truth. Did I understand you correctly? And Lieutenant General Sabia says yes. And he then repeats that 2 pages down,
Sorry, Mr. Shaskelson, we are not picking that up at 1288.
298, 1298, 1298,
Thank you.
line 18.
129.
1298. Did I say 1288?
Yes.
I apologize. 1298. Let's do it again. If you go to 1298, line 18,
Okay.
when Sergeant Nkosi says to this commission, you told him to forward the same warrant to Kat Matlala, you're saying Sergeant Nkosi is lying, he's not telling the truth. Did I understand you correctly? And General Sabia says yes. And if you can read that with 1300, where your evidence is put to General Sabia, line 7, on our way we received a call from General Sabia telling me that I must forward this warrant to Mr. Matlala because at that time Mr. Matlala had a security company. According to Mr. Matlala, to General Sabia, Mr. Matlala and his security company always have the provision where Musa usually goes on the weekends. Now, do you stand by that evidence?
That's correct.
And it was General Sabia who told you that Mr. Matlala will know where Musa goes on the weekends.
That's correct.
And lower down, you see that in 252, so let me not misquote anybody. I've read it for you. This is the reason Sergeant Nkosi gave us the instruction that was coming from you, and he says, I deny the allegations made by Sergeant Nkosi. It is not correct, Chair. So is Lieutenant General Sabia giving false evidence when he makes that denial on page 1300, and when he says on page 1298 that you were lying when he said that he told you to forward the warrant to Mr. Matlala?
Maybe he forgot, but according to me, he did give me that instruction.
Then in relation to your evidence, let's start on 1294, line 20, so that you can see your evidence. Your evidence was, after 45 minutes, I received again a call from General Sabia telling me that, or confirming to me about what already General Ramangwa had said to me, that this is a matter of importance. The person involved there did not mention who he was, but he mentioned to me he's getting pressure from head office. Head office, the office of the Deputy Minister, is getting pressure from them. I then asked Deputy National Commissioner, what's so important about this charge? Because according to me, there's no sense of urgency. He said this guy insulted a member of parliament. He told me now the member that he created a crime against is Fikile Mbalula, the secretary of the ANC. The other is Mr. Z. So basically, they were the complainants. So this matter was putting him under pressure. That's the reason we had to leave everything and attend to it. So at 1296, lines 18 to 20, he says, Sergeant Nkosi at his level, he's 5 levels below me, 5. He'll never ask me a question that says, what's so important about this thing? What's your response to that?
That's not true.
You're saying it's not true?
No, that's not true.
Have you asked him on other occasions what's so important about a particular operation?
Many occasions.
Many occasions.
Yes.
And then on 1297,
Before you leave that, Advocate Chaskalson, still on the same point, 1295.
1295.
Remember, Advocate Chaskalson read the quotation, and then where General Sibia responds, he says, I think, Chair, that I must tell you that Mr. Nkosi is not telling the truth. Do you see that?
That is 1295. 295.
Yes, 1295 from line 18.
Okay,
So you see, remember Advocate Chaskalson read the quotation for you?
yes.
And then General Sibia is asked to respond. So the question is, what is your response to this? Your response to this? And General Sibia says, I think, Chair, that I must tell you that Mr. Nkosi was not telling the truth. Do you see that?
That's correct.
What is your response to that?
I've got no reason to lie about General Sibia.
So it is General Sibia who's not being truthful.
To put it in a respectful manner, I'll say maybe he forgot.
Okay.
Then on 1297, line 11, all I'm saying is I don't remember calling Nkosi specifically and say I have pressure from the Deputy Minister. It never happened. What's your response to that?
When you called, I was with Captain Zungu in a vehicle, and General Sibia was on speaker. I still maintain my words. He said that.
And Captain Zungu would confirm that.
That's correct.
While we on the saga of the arrest of Mr. Kawula, when you testified in February, you said you weren't aware of Z's surname. You said Z was one of the complainants, but you didn't know his surname. Do you stand by that evidence?
Can you repeat that?
When you testified in February, you said that there were two complainants. One was Mr. Mbalula, and the other one was Z.
That's correct.
And you knew Z, but you didn't know his surname.
I was not sure about his surname.
Okay. You weren't sure about his surname?
Yes, but I knew him. This is what I said.
Yes. Are you now sure about his surname?
That's correct.
And what is his surname?
Umalo.
Z's in your phone book, isn't he?
That's correct.
And you communicate with him on WhatsApp.
That's correct.
And what name do you use for him in your WhatsApp communication?
Zenzile EFF.
Zenzile EFF.
That's correct.
Why Zenzile EFF?
This is how I saved him, as Zenzile EFF.
But why would you associate him with the EFF in how you save him?
I just felt like that. Zenzile EFF.
Come, Sergeant Nkosi, you must have a reason.
No, Commissioner. That is Zenzile EFF.
I hope I'm not saved in your phone book as Chaskalson.
I will tell you how I saved him.
Something else. Let me not name a party. Why Zenzile EFF?
It's Zenzile EFF. No, I just saved him like that. It's Zenzile EFF.
I see.
But Sergeant, what I sometimes do, say I'm meeting somebody for the first time, and I'm not sure that I would remember their name down the line. What I will do is save the name, but also save something that will remind me of who they are. And when I search and I have indeed forgotten the name, I will search for what I used to remember the person. Surely, it must be because you were doing something similar. And what Mr. Chaskalson wants to know is why your something similar referred to the EFF.
Hey, no, I think Mr. Charles is pushing me somewhere. No, I think, no, I saved him Zenzile EFF because of I once saw him wearing an EFF hat.
I see.
Is his full name Zenzile?
I think so, Commissioner. I know him as Z, but I know this Z, they call him Zenzile.
Or some people call him Zenzile?
That's correct.
For the record, perhaps we should spell Zenzile, because we've seen that the transcript usually misspells some names. Zenzile is Z-E-N-Z-I-L-E.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chaskalson?
What nickname does he use to address you?
00.
00 or 007?
Oh, 00 or double.
Can I ask you to go to 1177, the same file? 1177.
1177.
Sorry, you said 1177 on the same file.
Same file. Same file. Do you have it?
Would just wait for me. Thank you.
Can I ask you to look at chat 2 at, not chat 2, chat 3, 17 March 2023. There, Mr. Mkhwanazi says 007, and you respond, my man.
I see it.
So he calls you 007, does he not?
Yeah, he called me that.
And we saw last time out that Jerry Kazi and the nephew of former Deputy President Mabuza also called you 007. You remember that?
I remember.
Why do you seem so reluctant to admit that people call you 007?
I think it's because the way you painted the word or the name 007, as in a licensed killer, and you painted this name on a script, acting script that says 007, it's a license to kill person. So I don't want to distance I don't want to associate myself with a license to kill person, no.
But I think
It
you
was
were
on those bases.
You're right, I did mention that, but it was only after you showed some reluctance to admit that people call you 007. So your reluctance preceded my reference to license to kill. Who is 007?
I don't know, Commissioner. Who is 007?
You don't know that 007 is James Bond?
Can you repeat that?
You don't know that 007 is James Bond?
Yes, I know. It's James Bond.
And what is James Bond?
It's an actor.
Oh, it's not an actor. The character James Bond? What is that character's profession?
Hey, I don't know, because if I don't watch that movie, man.
You've never seen a James Bond movie?
I know. No, Commissioner. No.
You see, James Bond is an undercover agent of military intelligence in Britain with a license to kill. 00 means license to kill. And undercover agent is what James Bond is.
Okay.
So why would people call you 007?
Maybe it will. In my profile there, I've said myself as zero tolerance to crime. So now these people, they take this zero, add another zero, and say 007. This is what I'm saying.
And where does the 7 come in all of this?
You know, commissioners, some, they call me 10111, some, they call me 458. You will see the chart as it goes. So I would not control on how people call me, even though I don't object to that. As long as it's not insult to me, but 007 is not me.
You are also Night Rider.
Night Rider, that's correct, Commissioner Kumalo. See,
Well, let me put to you that Zenzile EFF seems to have regarded you as his secret agent. What do you say to that?
no.
Well, let's look at your chats with him. Can we go down to 1178?
1178,
the next page.
okay.
And 18 March 2023. At 2:49:14, Mr. Nxumalo as Zenzile EFF sends you 2 documents. And you'll find those documents on page 1219 and 1220. So can you go to 1219 and 1220? 219,
On the same file.
same part.
Let me be sure. You said 112.
No, 1219.
Ms. Yes, if there's nothing to be redacted, can you please project it? The lettering is very small on here.
So 1219 is particulars of a vehicle. You see that?
That's correct.
And 1220, there may be a need to redact here because particulars of an individual, they may have been redacted already. 1220 is particulars of a person.
Yes.
It's got his cell number, his date of birth, full name and address. It says move or merge restricted, allowed to move or merge. It's got a home address. So after he sent you these 2 clips, Zenzile EFF says, go back to 1178. You there? 78.
Yes.
And at 2:49:35 in chat 5,
Yes.
he says to you, let's please get them intercepted and dealt with ASAP. And you see that?
That's correct.
So on what basis does Zenzile EFF give you instructions to intercept vehicles and people?
Okay. He did not necessarily maybe give me instructions. I think it was people, if I can recall better, it was suspicious people that were roaming around. It was suspicious people that were roaming around his area, or he suspected that they might have following him for quite some time. So he took note of that particular registration. Then he sent it to me.
Why would he send it to you?
Because of, you know, that I'm flexible, and or to ask or seek help around the nearest police in that area where he was at that time.
He knows that you're flexible. What did you mean by that?
I'm flexible in my work. I'm flexible in responding to things of agency during my line of work, obviously. So I think he sent me on those bases.
So if I ever need urgent help from the SAPS, I should call you?
Definitely.
Let's look at other aspects of your chats with him.
You do that, Mr. Chaskalson. Sergeant, at which point would he have told you or explained to you that these people may be people that are following him? I mean, you look at the chats in 117. This is on the 17th of March. Then the chats at page 1178, they are on the 18th of March, and there is no telephone call in those exchanges on the 18th of March. So at which point, in fact, at 1177, the very last chat is you have called him and you say no answer, so right at the bottom. So we know from chat, in fact, all those chats at 1177, there is no telephone call between the two of you, at least not on this number, on the 17th. And then on the 18th, by the time he sends you those personal and motor vehicle details, there's still not been a telephone call between the two of you. So at which point would he have explained to you that these vehicles are following him?
It was never a WhatsApp call, but it was a straight line, straight call.
When was that?
On the very same time.
On the 18th?
I can't just recall, but we spoke telephonically on the phone.
So he was saying these cars on that day are following him on the 18th.
He said it was a car, not cars, yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chaskalson.
So how would you have called him? Would you have used your cell phone or your SAPS phone?
I can't recall.
And where would you have called him? Would you have called him on his cell number or on a different number? Do you know any other numbers for him?
No, I only know this one.
Well, we aren't in a position to check that answer now, but we may be tomorrow, because we can see if there were calls between you and him on that day. Your evidence is that there would have been.
Yeah, no, because of you, I do usually talk to him a lot.
Have you visited Mr. Nxumalo at his home?
That's correct.
For what purpose?
He's my brother.
And you weren't sure of his surname?
That's correct. Maybe I can maybe elaborate on that. You know, we African males, I can call you my friend, for a long time, not even knowing your name. In our nature, is like that. Most, the one that I know. So, to me, the surname was not an issue. As long as I call him my brother, that is how we address each other.
You see, Sergeant, I'd accept that if we were dealing with someone who doesn't have a high public profile. But Mr. Nxumalo does. So your evidence is still that despite the fact that Mr. Nxumalo, his face is all over the media, you didn't know his surname?
I wasn't sure, not knowing, I wasn't sure about his name. So I was just avoiding to give.
So when you
false name.
saw his face in the media, did you think that looks like Z, but it may not be?
I don't know.
Have you seen his face in the media?
Yes?
And did you recognize it as Z?
Yes?
But you didn't notice his surname at the time?
No.
I have to say that sounds extremely implausible to me.
It's to me, it's possible. You just check a face, I know this face, then you don't even bother to check what's below that.
Let's go back to why you visited him at his home. He was your brother. How often have you been to his home?
I can't remember.
1 time, 5 times, 10 times, 50 times? What are we talking about?
I'm just skeptical on saying how many times because I'll be closing myself in. When I say 3 times or 10 times, you find that I went there 80 times. So
I just want to get a sense of it. You know, is his house a place you have visited often? Is it only on a very rare occasion? Give me an estimate. I'm not going to hold you to it.
I can't give you.
But many times.
Yes, average, yeah. I can say that, Commissioner.
I don't know myself what many times is.
Sergeant, when I'm not sure, I usually say between 10 and 20.
I'm afraid, Commissioners, that it will bind me that, you said. So I'm not sure, Commissioner.
Well, let me ask you about one time. Can we go to 1180? It's the 22nd of March, 2023.
Yes?
And if we start at, let's actually start on the previous page, 1179. Chat 5, 22nd of March, 9:22 in the morning. He says, I'll call you shortly. Your response is agent. What do you mean by agent?
I can't recall. What did I mean?
Then he says...
Did you mean agent, perhaps?
Hey, that agent, I can't recall what that agent all about, Commissioners.
Having regard to the rest of the chat, I think the chair's suggestion makes a lot of sense. Is it possible that you meant urgent and it was just misspelled agent? Is it possible? I put it no higher than that.
I don't know.
Okay, well, let's continue. 10:24, he says send. 10:57, you said got it. 10:57, over the page on 1180, you send him a question mark. 10:59, he says nowhere, question mark. 11:03, you send another question mark. 11:06, he says 1 minute. That's 11:03. At 11:06. At 1:03, he says, "Can I call you later?" And by this stage, you're getting a bit irritated. You say, "You said 20 minutes an hour back." That's at 1:03. At 5:06, he says, "Can I call you later?" Did you have the sense he was trying to avoid you?
Can you repeat the sense of what?
Did you have a sense that he was trying to avoid you?
No. You know why? Because of he's always busy. Sometimes I will pester him and he's always busy. So I would not say he was avoiding me.
Well, let's continue. He says, you say to him, when he says, can I call you later, on my way to your house. So he wants to call you later and you are saying, I'm coming to your home.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
His response is, wait, Boetie, at 5:25. You say, Aish. An hour later, he's saying, wait, Boetie, at 6:13. Just awaiting delivery, he says at 6:13:37. Did you speak to Ndlondlo? Okay. Who is Ndlondlo?
It's Jotham Msibi.
So it's Mr. Msibi.
That's correct.
Ndlondlo spelled Ndlondlo.
So he's saying, just awaiting delivery. Did you speak to Mr. Msibi? Your response is, I'm with him when I call you. So you were with Mr. Msibi as you were calling.
That's correct.
Mr. Ngumalo says he's awaiting delivery. What was he having delivered?
Okay. At that time, Mr. Msibi was suffering from arthritis, or, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, if I pronounce it correctly. So Z had ordered medication in Cape Town. So he promised Mr. Msibi that he would deliver. But I think according to him, due to unforeseen circumstances, then I had to collect.
Sorry, what was the condition for which this medication was necessary?
He could not eat. When he was eating, he was vomiting. So that is the reason I was pestering him.
So Z has sourced medication from Cape Town for Mr. Msibi's condition.
That's correct.
Is he a doctor?
No.
Is he a pharmacist?
No.
But he deals in medication.
Yes.
How did it come about that Z was offering to source medication for Mr. Msibi?
I would not know. Maybe he might have had a similar or known someone with a similar sickness to Mr. Msibi. Then that is when maybe he made calls so that they might find such medication in Cape Town. I don't know exactly what was the arrangement all about. All I knew, I was ready to collect such to Mr. Numa.
Let us take the adjournment at this point and come back at 20 past. Let's adjourn.
You've said that you were with Mr. Msibi when you called. Zia said, okay. And then he says, in other words, Mr. Msibi, said he told you to come back in the morning. I'll call you, and that's at 6:57 p.m. on the 22nd of March. Then you hear nothing from him for 4 more days. Now, this medication that Mr. Msibi needed, presumably he needed it quite urgently. Why didn't he go to his doctor to get it?
I would not know.
Did he ask you to organize it through Mr. Nxumalo?
I don't understand you, Commissioner.
Well, how was it that you came to be involved in the delivery of medication dispensed by Mr. Nxumalo for Mr. Msibi's condition? How did this happen?
I'm always with Mr. Msibi. Mr. Nxumalo frequently come to Mr. Msibi. That's on those bases.
And did he offer to find the medication on one of those frequent visits to Mr. Msibi?
I wouldn't answer that because when they were arranging, I was not there. I just came in the part where they said I must just go and collect those medication.
So how was it that you ended up being involved in this collection of medication? Who gave you the instruction? Who asked you to do it?
Okay. As I said, I'm always with Mr. Msibi. Then just say, Ngariam, go to the collect medication for me.
But you've now been unable to get the medication on the 22nd, and he hasn't come back to you for another 4 days. But on the 26th of March at 4 p.m., he says, I'll call you in 2 hours. What happened over those 4 days with Mr. Msibi and his need for medication? Did he not ask you to ensure that the medication was collected?
I don't know what really happened to him, but I believe maybe he got the temporary medication to keep him going before this medication could be collected.
So Mr. Msibi had access to medication from ordinary medical practitioners?
Definitely, yes.
And you speculate that in those 4 days he was depending on medication dispensed by medical professionals?
I'm just assuming, yes.
So on the 26th he says, I'll call you in 2 hours. Your response is, I'm so frustrated. Why were you frustrated?
I can't recall why I was frustrated, but I remember I was frustrated, but I can't recall.
Well, let me put a possibility to you. You've been waiting for something for over 4 days. It was fairly urgent, and you were still waiting. Would that not cause frustration?
I wouldn't confirm that.
Anyway, his response at 5:07 p.m. is, please wait, I'll call you back. You say, okay. At 7:02, he still hasn't called you back. And you say, my man, till what time? What was going on there?
I can't remember.
Can I suggest that you were getting increasingly irritated with Z, who kept on putting you off, kept on avoiding you?
I would not say that.
Well, he continues with that pattern at 7:03. When you say, my man, till what time? He now says, please come in the morning tomorrow. The guy will only drop off late tonight. So now you've got progress and you say, I'll be there at 9 o'clock in the morning. He says, no, come around 11, please. 1181, you say, sharp 11, same place. And lo and behold, the next morning, at 11, you get a message saying, running late, let's say 1 o'clock. (11:26), you say, okay, we'll be around the area. And then he pushes you back further. He says at 12:49, I'll tell you once drop-off is done, and then you can come. Eventually, the drop-off finally takes place. It's at 2:23 on the 28th of March. He sends you a text saying, it's ready. Did you collect the medication?
I can't remember, but I think I did.
You think you did? And what did it look like? What was the size of the package?
Something like this big.
Can you just describe the dimensions? Because the record won't show the distance between your hands.
Maybe say a box half of this, because of it was couriered, if I'm not mistaken.
So it was a couriered box,
Yes.
half the size of a file.
I'm thinking, yes.
And when did you deliver it to Mr. Msibi?
I can't remember whether on the same day or on the following day, because now it was no longer agent, because of this is why I said that I assumed that he might have got another.
So you say it was no longer urgent because he now had got different medication.
I assume that it might, because of I can't remember if I deliver it the same day or the following day.
Let's move to a different topic now, but still with Zenzile EFF. And let's look at the Kawula arrest. Can I ask you to go down to 1188? And now we are on the 16th of October, 2024. Maybe go up one page, because the conversation starts at the bottom of 1187. Z writes to you, brother, at 9:02 p.m. on the 16th of October.
What page is that? Is 1188?
1187, the bottom line on 1187.
Okay.
Brother, at 9:02 p.m. You got it?
Yes.
9:05, you say, my man. And at 9:05, he says, how far is, and there's a military helmet icon. Does that military helmet mean general?
I think so.
I think you're right. Let's see what the chat say. You say, let me check him. Were you checking with General Sibia?
That's correct.
And your answer is in fact confirmed, because if we go to file 4 of 4 of the original No, file 1 of 4, file 1 of 4. At page 254. Do you have it?
Yes, I have it.
You'll see that on the same day at 210803, chat number 1, that's barely a minute after you said, let me check him.
Yes,
In fact, it's less than a minute, it's 30 seconds. You phoned General Sabia.
that's correct.
And then at 212837, you send him a screenshot. And that screenshot you will find in file 3 of 4 at page 132.
Same or is another one? Or is this one? Is this one or is this one?
File 3 of 4, page 132. Do you have it?
Yes,
And you'll see what you've sent him, what you've sent to General Sabia is your screenshot with Zenzile EFF, which ends with how far is General, and you've said, let me check him. You see that?
wait.
Page 132.
Yes, I see it.
So why was Mr. Nxumalo so keen for you to contact General Sabia?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, let's look at what happens the next day. And for that, we need to go back to the new file 3, new file 3 of 3 on 1188.
Okay.
You see at 1:54 p.m., he calls you. At 1:57, he sends you a contact card for Mr. Kawula. If you want to check that contact card, you'll see it at same file, page 1222. But maybe before you check them, let me tell you, I'll take you through all of the stuff that he sends you, because you can then check them sequentially without jumping backwards and forwards. At 1:57:42, he sends a profiling report for Mr. Kawula. At 1:57:44 over the page on 1189, he sends a consumer trace report for Mr. Kawula.
Okay.
And then at 1:57:45, he sends a document providing identity details of Mr. Kawula, and including an address. And underneath that message at 1:57:58, he says he works from this address. Now, you'll find all of the documents that he sent you from page 1222 to, sorry, 1122. No, 1222. 1222 to 1231 of that same file. 1222 to 1231 are the documents that he sent you. And while you're at it, look also at 1232, which is a contact card for Sergeant Mabunda, who was the investigating officer in Mr. Kawula's case, because that's going to be sent to you a little later. You have them all? Have you seen all of those documents?
Yes, I have.
And those were what Mr. Nxumalo sent you on the 17th of October 2024.
That's correct.
The contact card for Sergeant Mabunda was sent, in fact, on the 21st of October 2024. You'll see that at the foot of page 1189, chat number 6.
Okay.
And you confirm that Sergeant Mabunda was, in fact, the investigating officer in the case against Mr. Kawula.
I confirm.
Then over the page, also on the 21st of October, Mr. Nxumalo sends you a copy of the warrant of arrest,
Yes.
1190. And he helpfully points out to you, in case you couldn't recognize what the document was, that it is warrant of arrest.
Yes.
You see that?
That's correct.
So this, in fact, is how you received the warrant of arrest. You received it from Mr. Nxumalo.
I received it from Brigadier Ramangwa. Normally it was an extension, but Brigadier Ramangwa.
Sorry, you received it from Brigadier Ramangwa,
Yes.
but you, at the very least, you also received it from Mr. Nxumalo.
I confirm.
And you received it from him at 11:39 in the morning
That's correct.
of the 21st of October.
That's correct.
And if you go to the warrant, you see that it was only issued by a magistrate on the 21st of October.
That's correct.
So on the day that the warrant was issued, Mr. Nxumalo had it, and he sent it to you.
Yes.
Do complainants normally have access to warrants of arrest?
That's correct.
They do?
That's correct. If they are complainants, according to me.
Which other complainants have you seen in possession of warrants of arrest?
None.
None.
Yes.
This is the first time you've come across a complainant who had a warrant of arrest.
Yes.
What's your answer? Sorry?
This was my first time, Commissioner.
Can we go down to 1193? And there, you'll see that on the 22nd of October, at 8:04:56 p.m., you sent Mr. Nxumalo details of a phone number for Mr. Kawula with the heading Natasha SABC presenter. Can you go to 1253 to see that document? 1253.
1235.
1235. Sorry, 1235.
1.
1235.
Yes, I see it.
Is the number there a phone number for Mr. Kawula?
No. Oh,
So the number that says Musa, and then
Yes.
there's a number.
yes.
And why does it say Natasha SABC presenter above it?
I think it is the person that gave the number. She's a friend to Mr. Kawula.
So Natasha, the SABC presenter, who is a friend of Mr. Kawula, gave you that number for Mr. Kawula.
That's correct.
How did you get it from her?
Through the WhatsApp.
Through WhatsApp.
That's correct.
And what is her name, apart from, we know her first name and her status as an SABC presenter?
I know her as Natasha.
I see. So you have now established a contact number for Mr. Kawula, and you share that with Z. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why?
I can remember exactly why, but I think it was in connection with this investigation. He wanted to give it to the investigation officer.
But if he wanted the number to go to the investigating officer, he could have asked you to send the number to the investigating officer. Why are you sharing details of a suspect with a complainant as opposed to with the investigating officer?
I think the reason Mr. Nxumalo or Z felt that the investigation is not going according to him. So most of the things he wanted to do by himself. So each and every information that he will get, he will just send in, please verify, I've spoken to the IO, and I think that is the reason.
But I want to put to you a difficulty with that. You are using police powers or police status to gather certain information, which you're then making available to a complainant to drive his own investigation. Do you not see a problem with that?
I did not use any police powers on this contact or on this investigation to give it to the complainant.
Well, do you think Natasha of the SABC would have given you that information if she didn't know you were a police officer?
That's correct.
You think she would have?
That's correct.
On what basis? How would you have asked for it?
I would ask her because if I know her,
And she would just hand out somebody else's cell phone number to a civilian or to a non-police officer for the purposes of investigating that person. Do you think she'd do that?
I think it will depend on the circumstances of the request of those particular numbers.
Bec-
When you say you know her, in what capacity do Do you know her?
She used to be a student in TUT, and I know her from there.
Well, my question really is, do you know her, you as a police officer, or socially is the kind of distinction I'm looking for?
No, just as a civilian, not as a police officer. I knew her even before I was a police officer.
Okay, thank you.
Did you pay her for this information?
Can you repeat that message?
Did you pay her for this information?
No,
Are you sure about that answer? Are you sure about that answer?
I'm sure about the answer.
Why did you hesitate?
No, the way he's asking, he's giving me doubt on.
You see, we haven't given you your chats with Natasha SABC, so I won't put anything to you, but I'd invite you to go back and look at your chats with Natasha SABC and see if you did pay her.
What page is that, Commissioner?
I don't want to confront you with materials that we haven't given you, but I would invite you to look at your chats with Natasha SABC presenter to see if you did pay her for this information or not, and we can maybe go there tomorrow.
Okay.
Sergeant, can you please pull the mics closer to you and also speak up? We just received word that you are not that audible.
Sorry, Commissioner. I'm just afraid that this mic is too loud and my voice is higher. So I'm trying to.
I want exactly that loud voice.
Thank you.
Please. Yes, Mr. Chaskalson.
If we go back to your chats with Z, we see he does seem to have taken over the investigation. If you go down to 1194, 10:23:20 a.m., chat number 7, he tells you, presumably referring to Mr. Kawula, he's now in PMB. You see that?
That's correct.
Was he referring to Mr. Kawula?
Yes.
Did you do anything about the fact that Mr. Kawula was in PMB? Peter Maritzburg?
I've contacted the IO to check with him that does he know that Mr. Kawula is in Peter Maritzburg? He said he's following that up.
And then on 1201, 1201, if you go down to 1201, you see chat 6, he sends you Mr. Kawula's status on X, and that status reflected the fact that he was at an award ceremony the previous night, and Mr. Ngumalo says, "Were you scared of Musa? He was busy presenting awards yesterday. You could have fetched him." You recall that?
Yes, I recall it.
Were you scared of Musa?
No.
And then on 12:02, the 1st of December, he sends you a number and says, this is Musa Kawula's number that he's using. You see that? Chats 1 and 2.
Page, you still on 1202?
12:02.
Where is that? I can't see.
First, top two chats of the page, 1 and 2. First of
Okay, yeah, I see it. The one of 0, what, yeah.
What did you do with that information?
Nothing.
Didn't you send it to the investigating officer?
No, I don't recall sending it. Maybe I was too busy at that particular time. I can't just recall.
Did you at any stage tell Z that he should actually deal with the investigating officer, not you?
No, I did not tell him.
Why not? This wasn't your case.
Even though it was not my case, but as a police official, I felt that if there is a case open that I'm aware about, I could assist where I can or where I could.
But you're being called upon to assist a great deal here. He's phoning you on a regular basis.
Can you repeat again?
You are being called upon to assist a great deal here. He's phoning you on a regular basis.
I don't know what maybe the commission he means when he say assist on a great deal.
Well, he's making very many requests of you. He keeps on pushing you with information about Mr. Kawula, which he expects you to act on. Is that not correct?
I don't feel, I never felt that he was pushing me. I felt maybe he was just venting out the frustration that you open a case and there is no movement, then he calls people that think might help. So I took it in that version.
I see. Did you discuss this matter with General Sabia at all?
That's correct.
And what was General Sabia's attitude to the matter?
Okay, maybe to start back. When he started to communicate me about this matter, automatically the team, Brigadier Ramangwa and the team were also investigating this matter. So because of I'm part and parcel of Brigadier Ramangwa's team reporting to General Sabia, that is the reason I got this information.
So were you part of Brigadier Ramangwa's team?
That's correct.
On this case?
That's correct.
And Brigadier Ramangwa would report regularly
To
General Sabia on this
That's
case?
correct.
And did you feed all of your information to Brigadier Ramangwa?
Each and everything that I get from Z, General Sabia, Brigadier Ramangwa.
And how does Brigadier Ramangwa's team interface with the investigating officer, Sergeant Mabunda?
They were communicating regularly.
So, although there is an investigating officer, there's a separate team under Brigadier Ramangwa investigating Musa Kawula.
That's correct.
Why? Did you ever find out?
Musa Kawula had many cases. He had, I think, 3 or 4 warrants on him, other than this one of Z. I think it was on those bases that, no, maybe they should address it. That is according to me, but I did not ask why.
I see. Can I take you back to your evidence in February?
Can I just ask the question, Mr. Chaskalson? Sergeant, what made this, if at all, an organized crime case that falls within that category of cases?
I don't know if I will be answering correctly. In my level, we don't ask, we execute.
I accept that, and now I'm asking you, as an organized crime police officer, you
Yes,
fall under
Commissioner.
that unit.
Yes.
was this, according to you, forget what you've been instructed to do.
Yes.
According to you, understanding the functions
Yes,
of the organized crime unit, I think that's what it's called.
that's correct.
Was this one of those kind of cases? This complaint by Mr. Ngumalo against Mr. Kaula, does it fall in the category of organized crime cases?
No. It does not fall on organized crime.
Yes.
But according to me, based on Mr. Kaula is being arrested, given bail does not appear, warrant of arrest is issued, and then is not arrested. Arrested somewhere again, does not attend, and then another warrant of arrest is issued. Then, as organized crime, we start to dig into why is this one not being arrested? Then we start to get involved. That is according to my...
So you suspected him because he's been missing appearances, you suspected him to be involved with organized crime?
Yes,
Is that what it is?
that's correct.
Okay. And was this a provincial or national matter, the docket that was with Sergeant Mabunda?
It was a station.
It wasn't at national.
No, it was a station.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskasan.
Sergeant, I just want to take you back, take issue with your answer that you don't ask questions, you just execute. Because that was essentially General Sibiya's statement about you that you said was false. Remember when he denied that you had asked him what was so important about this investigation into Mr. Kaula, he said he'd never asked me that. He never asks. He's five rungs below me. He would never ask me a question like that. And you said, no, that's false. I often ask him a question like that.
Yes.
So you do ask questions about what's the purpose of this sort of investigation when you think that you need to know what the purpose is.
It depends on the relationship. My relationship with General Sibiya, it was a relationship where I could ask. And now my relationship with Brigadier Ramangwa is the relationship that I just take instruction that because of he took instructions from somewhere. So I'm answering on that basis. That the reason that this docket came to national office, I did not ask. It was just like that.
But you knew that General Sibiya was interested in this case. You knew that General Sibiya was interested in this case against Kaula.
I don't know how to answer that.
Well, your evidence earlier was that General Sibiya had said he's under pressure in relation to this case because the complainants are Minister Mbalula and Z, and they carry political weight.
Yeah, that was the time now we started to execute, but I did not know that he had an interest on that before.
Sorry, you did not know that?
I did not know that he did have an interest before. I only knew when we started now to push in. That is when I said I got instructions from him.
Yes, but you'll recall that conversation
That's correct.
was on the 21st of October.
That's correct.
And we're now long past the 21st of October.
Pardon?
We're in December.
I can't hear you clearly.
We are long past the 21st of October. We're already in December now.
Yes.
And throughout the period, from the 21st of October onwards, you're getting constant pieces of information from Z wanting you to act on it.
I'm not avoiding the question.
This wasn't really a question there, I must confess.
I don't know. Maybe you can repeat it.
Yeah, sure. Throughout this period, from 21 October into December, where we've now landed, you are aware that General Sibiya has an interest in this case.
Yes.
And you're aware that he's under pressure because of the identities of the two complainants, Minister Mbalula and Z.
Yes.
Let's continue through December. On the 7th of December, you send Z a message saying, "Morning, brother, we're waiting for you in terms of the tickets."
Yes.
What was that about?
Now we received the information that Musa Kaula was going to perform somewhere. And then as a result, he contacted the IO to also go there. And then I raised the issue that if he's performing into an event, there are two possibilities. We might be refused entry as the police. Two, the information might leak that we are looking for him because of he's a public figure. So the best way, then he suggested, no, let me get the ticket so that you might, if the issue of the appointment certificate being rejected, use the tickets. Or the best way is to use the tickets to be undercover, then we go there and do our work.
Now, presumably you've got a budget for eventualities like this. If you can justify buying tickets to a concert for an operation to go undercover, SAPS will pay for it. Is that correct?
I don't know if I understand your question correctly or your comment.
So your answer is we needed to go undercover at this concert?
No, not per se as undercover. Maybe it came out wrongly. There are two things. When we get to the event, there are possibilities that we might be rejected entry. One. Two, the information might leak when we produce that we are the police, we are working on this case, because of we did not know who is who on that particular day. So we said, no, the best way is to get the ticket for in case.
So the plan is that you're going to go to this concert with tickets dressed like ordinary members of the public coming to a concert.
Yes.
And that way, nobody will know that you're police actually coming to arrest Mr. Kaula.
That's correct.
My question to you is, if that is the plan, why doesn't the SAPS pay for the tickets?
It was on weekends that day, and we did not think, to be very honest with you, we did not think that there would be any problem.
Ms. Chaskalson, my question is, why is it you who is effecting the arrest? Why is it not the investigating officer and his team?
The investigating officer was already in his way there, according to the information that I received from Mr. Kaula. And as part and parcel of our project in head office, as I've explained to Commissioner Baloyi, that there were other talkers that they were working on there. So we decided, no, let us also as well go.
Your exchange with Mr. Kaula in relation to the tickets takes place at 6:18 in the morning on Saturday, the 7th of December, 2024.
Yes.
Are you saying to me that between 6:18 in the morning and when the concert begins that afternoon or evening, it's not possible to arrange for SAPS to buy tickets themselves?
It's the weekends. Usually finance offices, they open during the course of the week. And at that particular time, I'm just being honest, we did not think it's a problematic thing to do.
So what happens then is Mr. Kaula gives you tickets, does he not? Mr. Nkhumalo gives you tickets.
Yes, send them.
Can I just ask this? You have this conversation about tickets at 6:18:45 a.m. So the conversation would have started earlier. So this is a Saturday morning, you say. The conversation about Mr. Ngumalo giving you tickets must have happened earlier than 6:18, and I want to suggest on a weekday, such as Friday.
No. No.
When did this happen?
On the very same day,
On the Saturday itself,
yes,
that he told you before 6:18?
yes.
And how do we see that in these chats? That you would have had an earlier conversation?
When myself and sometimes it's through the WhatsApp, sometimes it's a straight phone call. I don't recall, Commissioner, that how did you communicate, but on Friday, we did not communicate about it.
This would have been a straight call, one of those straight calls, if it's not in your chats.
Yes, I'm just assuming. But it was on that day that we were communicating.
Thank you.
So he gives you the tickets,
That's correct.
and we see the tickets at page 1238.
One, 2, 3, 8, yes.
38. And you see there starts with a general admission ticket
Yes,
for 200 rands.
yes,
Then there's a VIP ticket for 1,000.
yes,
Another VIP for 1,000.
yes,
Another VIP for 1,000.
yes.
And then 2 more generals for 200. So you had 3 generals and 3 VIPs. Which one did you take?
I took the general one.
Did. Can we go to page 1244?
1,
1244. There's a picture of somebody's wrist with one of those concert bracelets that you get for admission.
yes.
Is that your wrist?
Hey, this one is too black. I'm not that.
You sent it to Mr. Nkhumalo. Do you remember whose wrist you sent to Mr. Nkhumalo? Was it yours or somebody else's?
Hey, I'm trying to check my wrist and that one.
No, Sergeant, the complexion may sometimes even depend on the lighting, so you can't lay too much stress on the...
I'm also checking the size, Commissioner. You see, mine is big. Hey, this one is too big. But
I'm looking at your shoulders. Your wrist must be quite big as well.
no, let me say this one might be mine. But
Yeah.
thank you, Commissioner.
Let's go to the next picture that you sent him, 1245. It's a picture of the stage.
That's correct.
Did you take this picture or did somebody else take it?
I took it.
You see, I want to suggest to you that you can only take a picture like this if you've got VIP access, because a general admission is not going to get you to the side of the stage.
I had a general admission because of there was no order here, we just cross in and come back. But I had a normal ticket, not this one VIP.
So you sort of like wandered in and out of the VIP area too. Can I ask, was this operation to arrest Mr. Kawula successful?
No,
No. Why not?
he was not there.
He wasn't there.
That's correct.
Did the SAP ever reimburse Mr. Nkhumalo for the 3,600 that he'd paid for these tickets for you to go to the concert?
I advise him to write a short statement that he assisted with his personal finances on this particular investigation. Then they must send it to the office of the Brigadier Ramang, and then we'll make application to reimburse him. I don't know, I did not make a follow-up if he did that or not.
I see.
The docket in this matter, where did it end up? Does it remain in the station? Did it ever become an organized crime docket? Because now you have organized crime seriously involved in this matter.
It was still there.
You mean it was still there?
It was still there in the station. But the plan was, once he's arrested, the docket is going to be called.
So as matters ended, organized crime never had this docket? Or just explain what has happened. Where is a record of this matter kept? Is it at the station? Is it at organized crime?
It was kept at organized crime head office. I think it was now taken over by Sergeant Makapane. Yeah.
At organized crime?
That's correct.
Yeah. I still ask the question, what is it about this matter or Mr. Kaula that was organized crime? Maybe as you carry on with Mr. Chaskalson, it will become clearer. It's not clear to me why organized crime as a unit would have gotten involved with this. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Sorry, who did you allocate the other 5 tickets to? So it's 3 VIP, 2 general, and the 1 general that you have. Who did you allocate the other 5 tickets to?
Captain Zungu, the one that I was with, and 3 other members from the trekking team that we found there.
So you had a team of 6, including you?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And was Brigadier Ramangwa there?
No, Brigadier Ramanga was not there.
So you said 3 other members of the team, Captain Zungu, yourself. Who's the 6th?
We were 6, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they know the other ones is a trekking team, but I will provide their names shortly. I can't recall them.
So it was you and Captain Zungu and then 4 members of the tracking team.
Yes.
Was the investigating officer there, Sergeant Mabunda?
No, he was not there as yet when we arrived there.
Well, how was he going to get into the concert without a ticket?
No, if he was going to come in, we obviously going to make other arrangements.
Sorry, what arrangements would you make?
For him to get in.
So he would arrive in uniform at the concert and get in?
I don't understand.
You see, I mean, I'm the one who's struggling here. I also don't understand. I thought that the whole purpose of this operation was to have SAPS members at the concert not identifiable as SAPS members so that they could establish where Mr. Kaula was and arrest him. That was the purpose.
Yes.
But the 6 tickets are not given, or none of the 6 tickets are given to the investigating officer who is going to effectively, perform the arrest.
Okay.
So how is he going to arrest Mr. Kaula without a ticket?
No, it's us who they were going to arrest.
So you're going to do the arrest, and then what? How does the investigating officer fit in here? Is he going to play no role?
Okay. According to me, when I phoned him, that the information said or suggests that Mr. Kaula is at the concert, the investigation officer promised to follow us there. But on that particular time, when we arrived, he was not there. So it was a blessing in disguise because of the tickets were 6, I gave them and I took mine.
But why wouldn't you provide a ticket for the investigating officer if the plan was for him to come there with you?
He's not there.
No, but you didn't know that when you got the tickets in the morning and you decided who was going to come to the concert.
He's not there.
I do understand that, but you said the plan was for him to follow you there and be at the concert.
Yes.
And how would he get into the concert without a ticket?
If he arrived there, we would have made arrangements for him to get in.
But you were expecting him to be there, were you not?
Yes. But he
So
was
one
not
of
there.
those 6 tickets should have been dedicated to him.
At that time, we're prioritizing. The members are here. We give those who are there. This one did not come, or at that time, maybe he was late. Then we decided that, no, this one, if he comes late, we'll see what to do with him, but let's proceed. That is what we did.
So now the investigating officer is going to arrive at the concert without a ticket. What is how's he going to get in?
I think we were going to make a plan once he arrived there.
And
For
what
now,
sort of plan would that have been?
I can't say what is the plan because if he did not arrive there, so we did not make any plan. So we thought we would, as a team, make a plan for him to get in when he's there.
Okay. Was he going to arrive in civvies or in uniform?
He's a detective, he does not wear a uniform.
I see. So he would arrive in civvies and he'd have to get a ticket at the gate. Could you buy tickets at the gate?
I don't know how to answer it. We were going to make a plan when he arrived there. So the plan, I don't know what was going to be the plan. Maybe one of the team members would come up with another plan. So by that time,
This suggests to me, Sergeant, that you had not even applied your minds to that. That is how we would get in. Is that not correct? I'm saying your response suggests to me that you had not even applied your mind as to how he would get in if he did arrive.
that's correct, Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Chaskalson.
I'm assuming you could have asked Zay to buy a ticket online and send you the ticket on WhatsApp. That was one of the possibilities. You didn't think that far.
I don't know the line to say this
That's
is what
fine.
I thought.
Let's
But I
leave
did
it
not.
there. Thanks.
Look, we've spent quite a long time on this. Maybe we can just take you to the end. And the end is on...
Maybe before you do the end, Mr. Chaskalson, did the investigating officer ever arrive at the scene?
No, it did not, Commissioner.
He never did.
No, Commissioner.
So, no, thank you.
So the end starts on page 1207 when Mr. Kawula is arrested on the 8th of January 2025. 1207.
1207.
1207. And there you'll see at chat number 6, you get sent by Mr. Nkumalo a picture of Mr. Kawula in custody at Sandton Police Station. You see that?
Yeah, I see it.
Looks like a club to me, Mr. Chaskalson, or a tavern.
It's a tavern, actually, Commissioner.
Apparently it's a tavern, not Sandton Police Station. My apologies to the policemen at Sandton Police Station.
1246.
1246.
Yes.
The picture itself is at 1246. Do you want to go to 1240? Can you check on 12? Heavens, it is most definitely not the Sandton Police Station. 1246. But then, at 3:29 p.m., you get sent a SAPS 14 number. It says SAPS 14 is 30/1/2025. What's a SAPS 14 number?
It's a constitutional right.
A constitutional right?
No, I think it's a book. It's a book to receive the prisoner, if I'm not mistaken. Cell register.
It's the arrest register, is it not?
Yes.
And then at 3:29, there's a picture of Mr. Kaula in custody,
Yes.
1247. You see that? At page 1247.
Yes.
Now, and then at 1248, you'll see that Mr. Nxumalo has not just sent you a picture of Mr. Kaula in custody, he's also sent you a picture of the arrest register itself,
Yes.
with all names other than Mr. Kaula sort of half crossed out. You can see some of the names, you can work out some of the names because it's not fully crossed out.
Yes.
Now, can I ask, is it consistent with SAP's practice for pictures of accused persons in custody and their arrest registers to be provided to complainants? Do you normally send pictures of arrested persons in custody and the arrest register to the complainant in each case?
No.
Is it lawful?
No.
Do you know who sent this picture to Mr. Nxumalo?
I think it's the arresting officers from KZN.
The arresting officers from KZN.
That's correct.
Is it lawful for Mr. Nxumalo to distribute this information?
I'm not sure.
Would it be lawful for you to distribute it further?
It depends whom do I distribute it to. Sometimes maybe if I cannot even distribute, maybe send it to the IO or to the team that are investigating that.
I see. Then, if we continue down the chat, we see at 4:36 p.m. on the 8th of January, 12:09, Mr. Nxumalo says, please send the numbers. Whose numbers is he referring to? He asks you to send numbers. Whose numbers did you understand him to be referring to?
I can't recall.
Let me help you. The first number you send him at 4:41 is Brigadier Ramangwa's number.
Okay.
So why would you send him Brigadier Ramangwa's number?
Why would I send Brigadier Ramangwa's number?
That's correct.
Yeah, Brigadier Ramangwa was the leading investigator on the project.
So he wanted you to send him the numbers of the lead investigator on the project, is what you thought?
That's correct.
Then he says thanks, and Ubaba Koko. Excuse my pronunciation.
No, it's fine.
Baba Skoko. That's SGQOKO, and Skoko means head.
The man with a hat. Who's the man with a hat?
The man with the head.
Yes, who's the man with a hat?
General Sibia said it's him. They sometimes call him Skoko.
Yes, because of
his communist head.
I just wanted to sit in the chair, but I will answer, however, it's the general.
It is the general. So why would you want the general's number?
No. You are confusing me now, Commissioner.
He wants you to send you the number, to send him the number of the general. That's what he's asking for.
Yes.
Why would he want it?
I don't know.
Well, isn't the answer in your evidence on the 4th of February that this was an investigation that General Sibia was taking very seriously?
Yes.
And Mr. Kawula knew it. And you'll recall right at the start of this process, shortly before the warrant was issued. The warrant was issued on the 21st of October. And on the th of October,
Yes.
he was asking you how far away is General Sibia. You remember that when we showed you the
Yes.
screenshot?
Yes.
So General Sibia seems to have been involved in this process from shortly before the warrant was exercised to the point at which at the end of the process he was thanked by Z. Would that be correct?
I'm not sure.
All right. I have reached the end of this topic.
But Mr. Chairperson, if you look at page 1210 and chat 1, it seems that the thanks was to request the number of Babasko, not to thank him so much. Because you have that chat 1 at the top.
Indeed. And the number that you send at 1210 is in fact General Sibia's number. You'll see that at 1251.
Is that correct?
It's correct, Commissioner. It's just that I'm quiet because I did not know whether he's asking or he's commenting, but it's correct.
Maybe before you leave this, Mr. Chairperson, this trip to KZN, this festival or music show, it was in KZN?
No.
Where was it?
It was somewhere in Vierenaging, there in those farms there.
Okay.
You said Didier, I think.
Didier, that's correct.
Is
That's
that where
correct,
it was?
Commissioner.
Yes. And why does DPCI Tom's, Captain Zungu, get involved with this? It doesn't seem like a DPCI matter.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. He was recently appointed now in our office, so I was no longer referring him as DPCI, even though we call him or we address him like DPCI. So he was working in our office then.
So at the time of this operation, he was now in your office?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify an issue, the tickets for the concert where you failed to find Mr. Kawula, if one goes to that ticket at page 1238, one sees that the concert was held at Kroon Park Holiday Resort. 1238.
Okay.
That's correct. Now that's in Kroonstad, isn't it? That's in Kroonstad, Kroon Park Holiday Resort.
Yes.
So this operation took 6 policemen from Gauteng to Kroonstad.
Yes.
With the possibility of a 7th, the investigating officer.
Yes, Commissioner.
But at least you got to go to a concert. I do want to move to another topic, and we may not finish it before lunch, but let's start it at least.
May I quickly make this suggestion, Sergeant? I want to suggest to you that it was never, ever intended for the investigating officer to be there.
Can you repeat that, my Commissioner?
I'm suggesting to you that it was never intended for the investigating officer to be there.
No, it was intended.
I mean, you said earlier that Mr. Malo was frustrated about the investigation not going anywhere. But it seems that, in fact, Mr. Malo was directing this investigation. If you look at 1209, page 1209, where now Mr. Malo is asking you for numbers, he, in fact, at chat number 5, tells you that the investigating officer will call you. So he is in touch with the investigating officer, and he's now arranged with the investigating officer to call you. It suggests that, and all the facts about tickets, him providing you with information about where Mr. Kaula is, and giving you tickets, and then concluding in this chat 5 where he says Mabunda will call you. It gives the impression, the unavoidable impression, that in fact you had a complainant who was directing this investigation and telling the police what to do, where to go. That's the impression I get from this. Is that not a fair impression?
Maybe I can say 50-50 from the suggestion of the Commission. But to me, I think maybe it was desperation because it was affecting him in his marriage, or he's a public figure as well. So I think it's desperation and direction. Maybe let's share, take 50, I take 50, and then we make one thing. I'm suggesting.
No, Sergeant, the important point I'm making is you have a civilian who is a complainant, who's basically telling police what to do, when, where. That's the important issue I'm raising with you. Yes, clearly his motives or the reasons for doing what he's doing, maybe it is. He's desperate because it's affecting his marriage. But this sequence of WhatsApp texts and the action that follows on that, you have a complainant who is really directing and telling the police what to do. That's the picture that has emerged from these WhatsApp exchanges.
I think it's the issue with Zulu men, they like to take over and take control. And I think...
So that's what he did, because you say because that's what Zulu men do. But I'm more interested in that's what he did. Okay, thank you.
Zulu now.
No.
But there is it does beg the question. Why does SAPS let a Zulu man, in this case, take over an investigation?
The Zulu man referring to who? Mabunda is not a Zulu man, it's a Tsonga man.
No.
Well, then your earlier explanation that this is what Zulu men do doesn't really wash here.
I'm just answering that thing of why it seems that Mr. Ngumalo is directing the investigation on how it should be conducted. I said maybe, this Zulu man and authority. So, but we did not see it like that, Commissioner. We saw it as, to me, as desperation and the Commissioner's direction. So that's why I'm suggesting.
Look, I mean, I don't think we want to get into any ethnic stereotypes here, but the question remains, why was this individual allowed to take over the investigation? Not why did he want to take over the investigation, why was he allowed to take over the investigation?
Who's that? Now, is Mr. Ngumalo?
Yes.
We did not allow him. I think it was a matter of assistance. Sometimes police officials will run from here to there, then from there we need another assistance. We took advantage of that. We did not see as, but I leave it to that.
He facilitates your presence at the concert in order for you to arrest Mr.
Kaula.
Yes. And there's a whole lot of other exchanges culminating in him saying Mabunda, the investigating officer,
That's correct.
will call you. So
Yes.
he's basically there again, playing
Yes.
a facilitative role. So it's in that sense that it's being suggested to you by Commissioner Baloyi and Mr. Shaskalsin that he was in the driving seat, as it were, with regard to effecting an arrest. And the question is, why was that so?
Commissioners, with your respect, I still go back to that thing of desperation and.
Yes, Mr. Shaskalsin.
Maybe just finally, also that in fact, the reason that Mr. Kaula is arrested in the end is for contravening the Cybercrime Act and criminal injury, not because of murder or the other many things that you have said, failure to appear in court. It is in fact for the simple crime of contravening the Cybercrime Act and criminal injury. You accept that because that's what this cell register says. It states why he was arrested, and that's what the warrant was about. Yes.
Yes. At that time, this cell register, those people who arrested him on these charges. But once he was transported from KZN to Sandton now, that is whereby all the charges of attempted murder, malicious to damage property, their warrant were executed.
Those did not involve Mr. Ngumalo.
That's correct.
Thank you.
My issue, Sergeant, is what appears to be abuse of state resources. I mean, the fact that there's 6 of you, I'm not sure whether you are traveling from DDR or from Pretoria, but from here to Kronstadt is about 3 hours, right? More or less.
No, let's say 1.5, because it's not exactly Kronstadt. This member is intimidating me. When I talk, he's shaking his head. Now I get disturbed.
Don't look at him, look at me.
Yes, please, Commissioners. Sorry. I was actually very concerned about that kind of conduct because it's quite intimidating to the witness as if he's saying wrong and makes him to change his mind.
Just,
Can the colleague then stop with that, please?
Sergeant, just look at me. Don't look at the people on the other table. So,
Sorry, I did not see what Mr. Ngwato is complaining about. What are you complaining about, Mr. Ngwato?
Okay, I'll be very specific. There's one of the team evidence leaders. I can't remember. I met him the last time when he was introduced. I'm on that side. he's doing this when the witness is answering. So the witness starts bothering, am I saying something wrong? And therefore, he's interfering with the witness giving evidence, as if what he's saying is wrong, and that makes him to now start thinking twice. So he should keep his opinion about the matter to himself, but not to then do gestures that affect the witness in terms of his testimony.
Yeah, but to the extent that, gestures may be intimidating, perhaps, let us try to avoid them. But I'm sure that can never suggest, for example, that if something that we all find funny is said, we should not laugh. I hope it doesn't go that far. But no, I take your point, Mr. Ngwanazi.
Chair, it's important that the witness be given a comfortable environment to present his evidence.
I take your point, but I'm just saying sometimes there will be those natural responses that sometimes testimony will evoke, especially amongst all of us. There will be those moments where you yourself would have heard everybody either responding with a laughter or whatever else. I'm sure your point cannot relate to all of those, but I have already made the point, and that's because I take your point, that let us avoid those responses or gestures that may make the witness to feel intimidated. I take
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Sergeant Nkosi, see, if you look at me and you avoid those people, you won't run into this difficulty.
I take that.
Remember, my starting point was this seems to me to be an abuse of state resources, and I had suggested to you that depending on where you are traveling from,
Yes.
you could have been in Pretoria or De Deer in the Vaal. It's about 3 hours traveling to Kroonstad, and you say, no, maybe 1.5.
Yes.
I'll take your word that it is 1.5, so don't look at the heads that are shaking. Still, 6 people, 6 police officers, including the trackers or tracers, as you call them, are sent by Mr. Zay to Kroonstad to go look for a suspect, and he's not there, and they then come back empty-handed. To me, it's abuse of state resources for the benefit of a single individual. Do you want to comment on that?
Yes, I want to comment on that. According to me, I would not see or suggest it's a state funds abuse because one, Mr. Kaula is a public figure. Sometimes we go there and want to effect arrest, then the community, they start to turn against you. What are you going to do? It's another problem. And then number 2, I think that the reason that maybe, let me leave it to that. Let me not add more.
Because there's no reason why the police in Kroonstad cannot assist. If Mr. Kaula happened to be in Kroonstad, there's no reason why 6 resources from Pretoria had to be sent there and come back. The police in Kroonstad could have assisted with the arrest if Mr. Kaula happened to be there. Just as in the case of KZN when he was eventually arrested. You didn't have to travel to KZN on Mr. Zay's instructions. The police in KZN, in fact, effected the arrest. Is that not so?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Just before leaving this topic, there is one issue that I want to raise. If one looks at this warrant at page 1133, the primary count is contravening Section 13 of the Cybercrime Act. Now, Section 13 of the Cybercrime Act doesn't create an offence.
Mr. Chaskalson, you said
1233. 1233.
Thank you.
You were saying, Mr. Shaskalson?
The primary count is contravening Section 13 of the Cybercrime Act. Section 13 of the Cybercrime Act does not create an offence. It is, in fact, a definition section. There is no offence of contravening Section 13 of the Cybercrime Act. Have you ever looked at the Cybercrime Act?
No.
No. Can we then... well, can I ask further? Did you know what the allegation against Mr. Kawula was in relation to the Cybercrime Act? Because I've looked at the Cybercrime Act. I can't really identify with any certainty what he was alleged to have done to have contravened that act. It certainly wasn't contravening Section 13. Do you know what the allegation was that created an offence here?
Yes, I know. I've noted them down. I'll tell you maybe after.
Thanks.
Yes.
When you went to Kroonstad, this is the warrant that you were going to execute.
Yes.
This is the warrant that you had.
That's
with
correct,
you.
Commissioner.
Okay, so you were not executing the other warrants that you say had brought him within the scope of organized crime. You didn't have a murder warrant to execute. You didn't have a warrant for not appearing in court when you went to Kroonstad. This is the warrant you were going to execute.
No, I had them. They are in my phone.
What I'm asking is, on the day that you went with Captain Zungu
Yes, Commissioner.
to Kroonstad,
That's correct, Commissioner.
this is the warrant that you had.
Yes, and the other one. There
You
were
had
two.
other warrants.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And you say you have them, your attorney has got them for
Yeah,
us.
I'll switch on my phone.
Okay.
Then I'll give exact. Yeah.
And we will see from that you had those warrants on the day that you went to Kroonstad.
Yeah, I think it's a copy of that warrant.
Okay, thank you.
Now, moving to a completely different topic. You told us earlier that you retrieved Mr. Msibi's jet ski from Mr. Matlala's farm approximately in September 2024. You recall that?
Yes.
Now, and you took it back to Mr. Msibi's farm in Hammanskraal.
That's correct.
Now, after the jet ski was brought back to Hammanskraal, did you effectively exercise control over it?
No.
So who controlled the jet ski?
There are securities there in the farms.
Okay. And did you use the jet ski after it was brought back to Hammanskraal?
Yes.
When would you use the jet ski?
I don't know exact dates.
And what arrangements would you make to use the jet ski? If you wanted to use it, what arrangements would you make?
I would phone my brother's Tembizo, Baba's other son, and then I'll make arrangement that he must inform the security that I'm coming to pick up the jet ski.
And you know if Mr. Matlala used the jet ski?
I know that he used it.
After it had gone back to Hammanskraal?
I don't know that.
Who would have records of who used the jet ski when? Would security at Hammanskraal keep any records of who was taking the jet ski? Now, if we go to your statement, you describe...
Sorry, Chair. I'm pressed. Can I?
Sorry?
I'm pressed. Can I use the restroom?
Let's take the lunch adjournment and resume at 2 p.m.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chaskalson.
Thank you, Chair. Sergeant, you recall just before we broke, I was asking you about the jet ski. And you indicated that you'd brought the jet ski back to Mr. Msibi's house approximately in September. That you had used the jet ski after it had been brought back, not house, a farm in Hammanskraal, after it had been brought back to the farm in Hammanskraal, and that Mr. Matlala, you think, may also have used it after it came back to Hammanskraal, but you weren't sure whether and when that would have happened. Is that correct?
I said I don't know if Mr. Matala used it after.
You don't know if he used it?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, I want to come to your statement where you explain the credit card belonging to one of Mr. Matlala's companies that you found in the jet ski. And if we go to your statement file, that's the small file. On page 1, you say that on the 23rd day of December, you found that Mr. Matlala left a Luxo African Brand Investments business gold card in the jet ski boat of Mr. Msibi. Now, can you explain the circumstances in which you found it? Did you find it, was the jet ski at Hammanskraal when you found it? Was the jet ski somewhere else?
I found it on my way back.
Sorry, on your way back?
To collect it, yes. On my way back to collect the jet ski.
To collect the jet ski from where?
From the farm where it was at Mr. Matala's place, Mr. Matala's farm.
So you, on the way back from Mr. Matlala's farm,
Yes,
you found the card in the jet ski?
yes.
Was this when you collected the jet ski to bring it back to Hammanskraal?
That's correct.
But then that would have been in September 2024, not December.
I think maybe you can, maybe I was quicker to answer. Maybe can you repeat your question so that must be clear?
Where were you when you found the card inside the jet ski?
I was in the dam,
Which dam?
RTPS Port Dam.
Hartbeespoort Dam. And when was that?
When or where was that?
When?
I can't remember exact date.
In your statement, you say it was the 23rd of December 2024.
Yes, it's possible.
Well, why would you have said in your statement, which is a statement under oath, that it was the 23rd of December if you're not sure that it was? And the statement reads like you were certain that you found the card on the 23rd of December.
Yes.
Why are you doubtful now?
Why am I doubtful now?
Yes.
I'm not doubtful.
So you found the card on the 23rd of December.
Yes.
But earlier you said you found the card on your way back from Mr. Matlala's farm when you were bringing the jet ski to Mr. Msibi's farm?
I think I was quick to answer on that.
Slow down with your answers.
Start with this phone.
Now, you say you found it at Hartbeespoort. How did the jet ski get to Hartbeespoort?
I took it there.
So you collected it from Mr. Msibi's house, a
Yes.
farm, and you took it to Hartbeespoort.
That's correct.
And when you collected it from Mr. Msibi's house, did you check whether there was anything, in the compartment of the jet ski or not? Do you do a check on the jet ski before you collect it or not?
I didn't check.
So how did you find that there was a credit card inside the jet ski's glove compartment, or whatever one calls it in a jet ski?
It was when I arrived in RTBS searching for the key in the compound. That is when I realized there is a card there.
So when you searched for the key, you realized that there was a card left there.
That's correct.
And was Mr. Matlala with you at Hartbeespoort?
No.
Not that day. So, had you taken the jet ski to Hartbeespoort previously, between the time that you returned it from Mr. Matlala's farm and the 23rd of December? So that would be between September and 23rd of December. Had you been to Hartbeespoort with the jet ski before?
No.
So that card may have been there since you collected the jet ski from Mr. Matlala's, or when you collected the jet ski from Mr. Matlala's farm in September.
I think so.
It may have been.
Yes.
And do you know if Mr. Matlala used the jet ski between September and December when you found the card?
I don't know if he might have used it, but I know that he had an access to it as well.
He also had access to it, so it's possible he used it.
Yes.
You see, there are several cash withdrawals on that card between September and December 2024.
Okay.
So if the card was left in the jet ski when you collected it from Mr. Matlala's farm, then it is not possible that Mr. Matlala would have made those withdrawals. Well, let me take that back. It would only be possible for Mr. Matlala to have made those withdrawals if he found the jet ski in Hammanskraal, found the card in the glove compartment, took it out of the glove compartment, withdrew some cash, put it back in the glove compartment, and then forgot about it again. That's the only way it would be possible for Mr. Matlala to have withdrawn that cash. You accept that?
I'm not sure if I understand you clearly.
You see, if the card was in the jet ski when you collected it, and between the time that you collected the jet ski and 23 December when you say you found the card, cash was withdrawn on that card, then those cash withdrawals wouldn't have been made by Mr. Matlala, because the only way they could have been made by Mr. Matlala is if The card was in the jet ski in September. It then went back with the jet ski to Hammanskraal. Mr. Matlala then took the jet ski, found his card that he'd left behind once before, used the card to withdraw cash, put the card back in the jet ski, forgot about it again, and left the card in the jet ski while you, where you ultimately found it on the 23rd of December. That's the only way Mr. Matlala could have withdrawn that cash.
Commissioner. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Ngwato.
I don't recall if the witness has the bank statement of Mr. Matlala to confirm if there are withdrawals, number one. Number two, I've not heard of any evidence where it was indeed confirmed that when the jet ski was taken from the farm, there was no card inside or there was a card inside, because he never checked it.
I understand the first part about withdrawals. I'll ask Mr. Chaskalson to respond. But the latter part, you should leave to the witness to respond to. That's factual or evidentiary matter. So the witness can give a response, whatever that response may be.
Chair, I'm happy to leave this topic for now because Mr. Ngwato's right. Due to an oversight, we haven't included the Luxo African Band bank statements. We'll give them to Mr. Ngwato and the witness now, and we can come back to this either tomorrow or if later if necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskalson.
So if I move to a completely different topic, Sergeant, can I ask you to go to page 56 in file 104?
Which one is
Mr. Chairperson, can we close?
104, 56.
Should we close the statement file, put it away?
The statement file can go away for a while.
And where do we go on this file?
To page 56.
56.
There you'll see that on the 25th of November 2024, Mr. Matlala at 13:48 sends you 3 SAPS payment screens. You see them?
That's correct, I see them.
Underneath, he sends a text saying maybe it will reflect tomorrow. And then he sends a text below that that appears to be forwarded to him and says, yes, it is paid on 24 November 2024, but deposited into account will probably be tomorrow, but I will monitor. Did you understand that second text to be Mr. Matlala speaking himself, or him forwarding a text from somebody else who said they would monitor?
It was Mr. Matlala forwarding the message.
So he's forwarding a message from someone saying they will monitor.
That's correct.
Now, who would be monitoring? Who would be able to monitor? payments out of SAPS?
I would not know.
Presumably someone within SAPS is the only person who can monitor if payments are going to be deposited the next day.
I wouldn't know.
Your response is, please, my brother. What did you mean by please, my brother?
I don't know what really I meant, because of this payment and these messages, according to me, they had nothing to do with me. So I can't remember what was this please, my brother, all about.
So these statement screens had nothing to do with you, and you don't know why you were sent them?
Yes?
Why then did you forward them all to General Shibiri? Can you go to page 384?
384, 284.
384, and that would be in file 2 of 4.
$284.
384, file 2. 384, file 2.
Okay. Yes, I see.
Well, if they had nothing to do with you, why did you forward them to General Shibiri?
I assumed it was for him. That's why I've sent it to him.
Well, why would you assume it's for him?
Okay. If I recall, Mr. Matala had an issue with the payment from SAPS. And this was one of the reasons I've sent it to General Shibiri, because I know for a fact he was talking about same with General Shibiri and General Sibia. That is the reason when he sent to me, immediately I pushed them to General Shibiri.
So you thought they had nothing to do with you, but you thought they might have something to do with General Shibiri?
Yes.
Why? What would the payment screens, why would that be of relevance to General Shibiri?
I know that Mr. Matala also complained to him about the payment that were late from SAPS. So when he sent me those proof of payment, I forwarded to General Shibiri.
Well, before you forwarded them to General Shibiri, you respond to Mr. Matlala saying, please, my brother. Are you not saying you're really hoping he's going to get paid tomorrow?
No.
Well, his messages to you are, maybe it will reflect tomorrow, and then a forwarded message, yes, it's paid on 24 November, but deposited into account will probably be tomorrow, but I will monitor. And you say, please, my brother. What meaning could please, my brother have other than, I hope this happens?
No. Did not mean that to me.
Well, can you give me a plausible meaning for your message, please, my brother, that you sent on 25 November at 13:49?
I don't know what I meant by that, but I believe that if maybe I wanted something from him, I was going to specify that I want this or that, please, my brother. So I don't know where this where did I take it from, this please my brother? But it was from me.
So it wasn't that you wanted something from him.
No, I would
No.
have written if I wanted something.
But then if it wasn't that you wanted something from him, it was that you wanted him to be paid, as his messages said would probably happen. What's your response to that?
No,
Well, so you can't offer us any plausible meaning of what you had in mind when you said, please, my brother.
no.
What I find strange with that response, Sergeant, is that you say you do not know what you were talking about when you said, please, my brother, but you categorically deny that you may as well have been wishing for payment to take place soon. How can you not know what you meant, but at the same time be sure of what you did not mean? I find it difficult to understand that response.
I did not recall what I meant, commissioners.
But you know what you did not mean. That's my difficulty.
That's the unfortunate part. I'm
Sorry?
I said that is an unfortunate part that I can't remember what I meant.
Is it not because you actually know what you meant, but you do not want to tell us what you meant?
No. I'm not like that. If there is something to tell, I will tell the commissioner as it transpired.
Yes, Mr. Shaskelson.
Can we then go to page 167 in file 104?
Before you leave, Sergeant Nkosi, you say the reason you were forwarding these screenshots to General Shibiri is because you knew that Mr. Matlala was discussing the issue of non-payment of his invoices with both General Shibiri and General Sibiya. Did I hear you correctly?
That's correct.
How do you know that he was discussing the issue of non-payment of his invoices with General Shibiri and General Sibiya?
Okay. Because of at some stage, I knew, even though I can't be exact with dates, that I've once taken him up to the office of General Sibiya to complain about his payments and non-cooperative from the subs procurement.
Wait a minute. I thought the only time you had taken him to General Sibiya's office was when he was going to complain about not being given access to the clinic.
Yes.
Now you are saying on another occasion you took him to General Sibiya's office to complain about non-payment of invoices.
No, it's in addition. Remember now, sorry to say, remember now, Commissioner, is when they don't give him facilities, it affects his payment. So the issue of the payment and the facilities is one thing, it's a package. And the issue of General Shibiri himself told me that Kurt complained that he's not being paid on time. That is the reason when Kurt sent me such, I don't even hesitate to send it to General Shibiri. I know he's got knowledge about it.
So let's keep it short then. You are aware of a specific instance where Kurt Matlala came to General Sibiya's office to complain about non-payment of his invoices. Is that what you are saying?
Yeah, but not exact data, but I know that.
No, I'm talking about the subject matter of
Yes,
the discussion.
yes.
You are aware that at some point, Matlala came to General Sibiya's office to complain about
Yes.
issue of non-payment.
That's correct.
You're just not sure when it was.
Yes.
Okay.
So Nkosi, you are not involved with finance and payment of invoices. Why does Mr. Matlala share this with you?
Okay.
If you're not discussing with him about his invoices, why would he share this with you?
I think, even though I'm not involved, but when it is something to do with issues of his project there in college, he would send me those things. So I think I took it from that angle that this is one of the things that why is he sending me is because of the previous complaint. And then the person who are relevant to these things, I just send it to them.
So he sends you this so that you know he's getting paid, because this is what these texts are about.
Yes.
He's telling you that I'm getting paid.
Yes.
Why would he tell you that I'm getting paid? Have you, before this, been discussing with him about payment of his invoices, and why would you be discussing it with him, because you are not involved in payments?
I think to answer that, it was a matter of giving feedback that at least after my complaint, now they have paid. I then failed to send it to relevant people that he complained to.
And if he's giving you feedback, why do you pass this on? If this is feedback to you, why is this being passed on to General Shibiri, who is not involved with payments? It's not his job. It has nothing to do with his job. In the same way that it has nothing to do with your job, why are you passing it to General Shibiri?
I think, as I've answered, is that maybe he was giving feedback that my complaint at least is attended to. So he sent to me, then I sent to General Shibiri.
You and General Shibiri had discussed this contract and the payments to Mr. Matlala.
No, I did not.
So why would you send this to him? Why did you think he has an interest in knowing that Mr. Matlala is going to be paid and the money is going to be in the account on the 24th, that kind of detail?
General Shibiri had an interest.
What was his interest in this? He's not the one that's buying the service or using the service. He's not the one that is making payments or authorizing payments. What would be his interest?
I think his interest, it was based on the complaint from Mr. Matlala, the same complaint that he informed him that Kat phoned me and told me that they are giving him problems with his payment. So that is the reason I said he had an interest, because of maybe it was because of that complaint.
Is he not sharing this with you because you have used your position internally to assist him get payment, and he's now showing you that it's bearing fruit? Is that not why? I mean, his complaint to you obviously expects you to do something about it. And if he's complained to General Shibiri, he obviously, otherwise he's a silly man. He sends this, or he complains, as you say, because he wants you to do something about it, and he expects you to do something about it. And now he's reporting to you to show you that which I asked you to do for me, it's now delivering. That seems to be the picture here.
Can I answer that?
Yes.
Commissioners, with regards to the payment, with my rank, I'm far from those things. And there was no way on earth that Mr. Matlala will personally complain to me, because I know for the fact that Mr. Matlala in finance, he had Brigadier Bukaba, he had General Fani. Those were his people. So there was no way that he could complain to me. And Mr. Matlala was somebody who always wanted to flex his muscles towards the police. When he's communicating with this person, he will tell you that, no, I've got this one, he's going to do this thing for me. I've got this one, he's going to do this for me. I've complained to this one, he's going to do it for me. That is the reason I did not even wait for him to instruct me that forward this message to who and who, because for the fact, when he sent me this thing, I personally phoned him. Hey, where did you get this? He said, I got it from Brigadier Bukaba. I got it from General Fani. So I did not have a problem. I just forwarded as it is to where it's supposed to go.
But you see, Sergeant, it's still, maybe your answer actually opens another inquiry. If you received this from, if he's told you
Yes.
that he's received this from General Fani, I think
Yes,
you say,
yes.
and General Bukaba, both of whom are in finance.
La Brigadier
Yes, Brigadier Bukaba.
Yes.
If he tells you, I got this information from people in finance, then why are you sending it to General Shibiri? Because the people with standing and first-hand information, Mr. Matlala tells you, they gave me this information.
Yes.
Why would you be sending this to General Shibiri? What is his interest in knowing that Mr. Matlala has been paid?
Okay. His interest, Commissioner, is because he complained, according to me now, and maybe at some stage, maybe he wanted General Shibiri to push this to push his payments. That is according to me. So as a result, he sent it to him, even though he did not say it. But because of I've got that knowledge, that is the reason I did that.
Thank you.
Can I just follow up something that you said in that answer to Commissioner Baloyi? You said that Mr. Matlala would, as it were, drop the name of General Fani and, is it Brigadier Bukaba? In what context did he refer to General Fani and Brigadier Bukaba? In what context did he refer to General Fani and Brigadier Bukaba to you? What did he say about them?
What did he say about them?
Yes.
No. He said he got these things or this proof of payment from Brigadier Bukaba and General Fan.
Is it Mokaba or Bokaba?
Bukaba. Brigadier.
Mokaba with an M.
I will just remember her name now. Brigadier. It's a woman.
So you understood that these payment screens that we see in the chats were given to Mr. Matlala either by General Fani or by Brigadier Mokaba?
Bukaba.
Bokaba.
Maybe I will, through you, Chair, my attorney there can just give me the exact name of the brigadier so that I must be sure which brigadier, because there are many Bukabas. I want to exact one.
Thank you.
Or you can give us the name later. You may confer with the...
You've got the name, Mr. Mwatu, of that brigadier there. It's written there in my notes.
It is referred into General Sibia's transcripts,
Yes.
and it is referred into your chart with Kat Matlala as well. It's Brigadier Glenda Bukaba.
Brigadier who?
Glenda Bukaba.
That's correct.
It's
That's
both in
it.
Sibia's transcript.
Glenda. Yes. And to add on that is what it was indeed Brigadier Glenda Bukaba. In one of the newspapers, she was quoted that she advised Mr. Matlala to go to General Sibia to push her to give her facilities of the training. So I'm just adding that indeed it was this Glenda, Brigadier Bukaba, yes.
So Brigadier Bokaba is reported as having advised Mr. Matlala to approach General Sibia to arrange facilities.
That's correct.
And would those be the facilities at the police college?
That's correct.
But in relation to the payment screens on the contract itself, as opposed to the question of facilities, did you understand that those payment screens were provided by General Mkhwanazi or Brigadier Bokaba or someone else?
Yes.
Who?
These two.
These two?
Yes.
They gave them the payment screens.
That's correct.
And how do you know that?
He's the one who told me.
Mr. Mkhwanazi told you that he received these payment screens from
That's
General Mkhwanazi and
correct.
Brigadier Bokaba.
That's correct.
Can I then take you to page 167?
Are we going back to file one?
File 1.
Of the
File
same,
1 of 4.
Of the same file, eh? 167 of the same file.
You may be in file. You may just have been in file 2, but it's file 1 of 4 that we need to go to.
Yes. Is this one, eh? Yeah.
And there you'll see at page 167, on the 22nd of March, 2025, General Sabia forwards you, and I think we discussed this when you were last here, he forwards you 3 documents.
Yes.
Actually 4. The first is an inquiry from a journalist, Abram Mashego,
Yes.
asking about the Matlala contract and whether it was going to be terminated. The second is a message circulated from General Pokani to the National Commission and all Lieutenant Generals, alerting them to the inquiry from Mr. Mashego. The third is General Pokani's response. Good morning, Mr. Mashego. This is an internal matter regarding SAPs and suppliers. We reserve our comments for now. And the last is the final page of an internal audit report done by SAPs, which recommends termination of the contract. And that recommendation, if you want to see it to refresh your mind, is, or refresh your memory, it is file 3 of 4, page 105. It's being displayed, actually.
Okay.
And it has the recommendation at the end of it. Based on the findings above, we recommend that the National Commission should consider the following. The expenditure incurred should be declared as possibly irregular expenditure. For further assessment and determination, test investigation is required by the framework of the National Treasury. The bid should be terminated. The accounting officer should seek legal counsel on how to proceed with the termination. The termination of the bid is consistent with Section 23(1)(c) of General Condition of Contracts, which states that the purchaser, without prejudice to any other remedy for breach of contract, by written notice of default sent to the supplier, may terminate this contract in whole or in part if the supplier, in the judgment of the purchaser, has engaged in corrupt or fraudulent practices in competing for or in executing the contract. You recall receiving that from General Sabia?
That's correct.
Now, if you go to page 413, you'll see that later on the
Page 413 on the same
413, it's now going to be file 2 of 4. File 2 of 4.
file.
Well, maybe while you're looking for 413, can I ask an earlier question is why would General Sabia send these messages to you? What was the relevance of all of this to you? The fact that that a journalist was asking about termination of Mr. Matlala's contract and that there was an internal audit report recommending termination.
Just a minute. I'm multitasking. Sorry.
Sure. You have 413 now in front of you.
That's correct.
So you'll see in 413, you forward these materials to General Shibiri, but before we get there, why would General Sibiya send these messages to you? An internal message from General Pokani to all lieutenant generals about the journalists' inquiry, the response to the journalist, and the recommendation page of the internal audit report that said that the contract should be terminated for fraud and corruption. Why would General Sibiya send that to you?
I don't know.
We'll have to ask him if he comes back. You don't have any idea?
No, I don't know.
But you forwarded it to General Shibiri.
Yes.
We see in 413. Why did you forward it to General Shibiri?
What I get from this side, I forward it to this side. I think my answer still goes back to that one that I said earlier, that maybe because Mr. Matlala was also complaining to General Shibiri, that's why I felt that I should send it to General Shibiri.
And do you think General Sibiya intended for you to send it to General Shibiri?
I wouldn't know. Because of myself and him, past messages, then I forwarded to this General Shibiri or vice versa.
So you knew that Mr. Matlala had complained about termination of his contract, about problems with his contract to General Shibiri, and that's why you forwarded these messages to General Shibiri.
That's correct.
But he'd also been complaining to General Fani, had he not?
He also been controlled by two.
Complaining about non-payment to General Fani.
Yes.
And you didn't choose to forward to General Fani.
I don't have his numbers.
You don't have his number?
No.
Did you forward to anybody else?
I forwarded to many people. Yeah?
This message about termination of the contract?
That's correct.
Who else did you forward to?
I forwarded to Kat himself. I forwarded to Mr. Mutsumi. These are people that I remember.
So to Kat and to Mr. Mutsumi?
That's correct.
Why did you forward to Kat?
I just assume, even though it was never said by General Sibiya, to send it to Kat.
But why?
I don't know.
This was internal SAP's communication in relation to what SAPS internally was debating to do with Mr. Matlala's contract.
Yes, I agree, but by the time I forwarded and then I called, he said, "Hey, I've seen it on," he said Instagram or TikTok, somewhere there, that his contract has been terminated.
So when you forwarded it, he said, "This isn't news to me. I've seen on TikTok that the contract's been terminated."
Yes, so
But you didn't know that when you forwarded it to him.
I did know that.
You did know that. How did you know that?
Because of it was in all the Facebooks.
So Facebook is now saying that the contract's terminated. Is that what you're saying?
Can you repeat the question again?
You said that before you forwarded it to Mr. Matlala, you knew that he knew that the contract was going to be terminated. And I asked you why, and you said, if I heard you correctly, that it's on Facebook.
No, I did not say that.
But then I misheard you. What did you say?
I said, I forwarded to Kat, Mr. Matlala.
Yes.
Mr. Matlala responded. He said, he already saw that on Facebook or on Instagram.
Or TikTok was what you said first time.
Yes.
Yes, but then my question to you was, at the time that you decided to forward it to Mr. Matlala, you didn't know that he already knew.
I knew.
Well, how did you know?
Facebook.
So then you knew that because of what was circulating on Facebook, Mr. Matlala already knew.
That's correct. Actually, General Sibia was sending me old news because of I knew.
So you knew before General Sibia sent you these documents that the contract was going to be, that a decision had been taken to, a recommendation had been made to terminate the contract.
That's correct.
Where did you find it on social media?
On some page, I can't remember, but it was on Facebook. I remember. No, let me just leave it at that. In Facebook.
Why did you wait until General Sibia had sent you this correspondence to tell Mr. Matlala?
You know, Facebook has got a lot of false stories, so I couldn't run with something that is not even confirmed or verified. So when General Sibia sent me, then I realized, oh, that means that thing of a Facebook is the truth.
So you had seen something on Facebook, but you didn't know whether it was fake news or not?
Yes.
By the same token, Mr. Matlala would not have known whether it was fake news or not.
I would not know.
Well, if he said he only saw it on TikTok and Facebook, by your reasoning, he wouldn't have known whether he could rely on it or not.
Yes.
Mr. Shasselson, Sergeant, I'm interested in what you said, I remember. But then you said, no, and you stopped yourself from saying whatever it is you remembered. I'm interested, what do you remember?
I wanted to add more, but I didn't realize, I think it will be unnecessary for the commission to waste the commission's time.
All right. Yes, Mr. Shasselson.
So when you sent this information to Mr. Matlala, you were providing confirmation that he could rely on that the contract was subject to a recommendation of cancellation. You knew that when you sent this to Mr. Matlala, he would be in a position now to know that there was actually a recommendation that his contract be terminated.
I'm not sure if I understand you. Maybe.
So before Mr. Matlala gets this message from you, all he can depend on for his source of information is TikTok and Facebook. And he, like you, must know that there is a possibility of fake news on TikTok and Facebook.
Okay.
So when you sent him this message, this is the first time that Mr. Matlala gets confirmation on which he can depend that this news is not fake, it is true.
You see, now I understand you clearly. I would not say Mr. Matlala heard it from me that this thing is not fake, it's real, because Mr. Matlala has, as he said, but I was not the bearer of the bad news. His own people was.
Who were his own people inside the SAPS?
I've mentioned earlier.
Are you referring to General Fani and Brigadier Bukaba?
That's correct.
And why do you
more
describe...
that I don't know.
Sorry?
And more that I don't know.
Well, have you mentioned any more? Who are the more to whom you refer?
Pardon?
Who are these more?
I don't know.
So you know about General Fani and Brigadier Bukaba, but you don't know about other members of SAPS who were Mr. Matlala's people in SAPS?
Yes, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know.
And how do you know that General Fani and Brigadier Bukaba were his people inside SAPS?
One, from him directly.
And what did he say in this regard? Sorry, let's take them one step at a time. One from him directly.
Yes.
What did he tell you about Brigadier Bukaba and General Fani?
Not exact words, what did he tell me, but I know that sometimes he will say he's coming to head office to meet with Brigadier Bukaba and to meet either with General Fani and even on the news it seconded that when he filed his court papers that he was advised by Brigadier Bukaba that he must approach the Deputy National Commissioner, General Sibia. By then he was acting as a National Commissioner to help him with the training facilities. So that confirmed that indeed Brigadier Bukaba and General Fani were his people.
So he would tell you from time to time he's coming to head office to speak to Brigadier Bukaba and General Fani.
Not time to time, as in when.
Sorry, I'm not sure what you're saying. Are you saying often or one or two times? What?
4 to 5 times, or like Brigadier Commissioner Commander said, maybe more or less 5 or 10. Yeah, let me measure it like that.
And was there any innocent reason for him to be speaking to Brigadier Bukaba and General Fani as far as you were concerned?
Can you repeat that? I just want to be sure before I answer.
When you thought that he was coming to head office to speak to Brigadier Bukaba and General Fani, was there an innocent reason for him to be speaking to these two SAPS senior officials?
I would not know.
You would not know?
No.
What did you think he was coming to speak to them about?
His contract.
And what in particular? What was he asking from them?
I would not know.
And were they in a position where they were obliged to deal with him in relation to his contract? Was that part of their official duties at SAPS?
I would not know.
You would not know?
Yes.
And apart from that, you say that you infer that they were his people inside SAPS because Brigadier Bukaba was the one who suggested that he approach General Sibia as acting national commissioner when he wanted to get access to the facilities. Did I understand your evidence correctly?
That's correct.
So it's really just those two elements that makes you think that Brigadier Bukaba and General Fani were his people inside SAPS. Is that correct? Is there anything more?
Not that I can prove, but there is. Not that I can prove, but
Not that you can prove.
yeah.
What can't you prove?
Pardon?
What can't you prove?
That there is more of them meeting Mr. Cat. But no.
Sorry, there are more people meeting Mr. Cat, or that there is more to the relationship between Brigadier Bokaba and General Mkhwanazi with Mr. Cat?
I'm saying within the office of General Mkhwanazi and the office of Brigadier Bokaba, there are people there.
So when you forwarded all of these messages from General Sabia to Cat, or to Mr. Matlala, you thought that he would probably already know this from General Mkhwanazi and Brigadier Bokaba?
I'm not sure about that, but I just assume.
You assumed that?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that part of saying I am the one who heard it from me. No, not from me.
He might have heard it from somewhere else.
Yeah.
But why then did you send it to him? What was the purpose of sending it to him?
I was just sending it.
But he is about to get involved in a dispute with your employer, the SAPS. SAPS are threatening to terminate his contract. That's correct, is it not?
That's correct.
So why do you think it's appropriate to give him advance notice of the fact that SAPS are threatening to terminate his contract?
I would not say it's advance notice. It was in public domain, so that is the reason I said I did not see any problem to send it to him, and knowing that he also communicated with General Sibia, and General Sibia sent it to me, I just assumed that I must just pass it. So
Sorry,
I did not think the worst of it.
What was in the public domain? Are you saying this document on page 105,
The one that was here,
the audit report?
that's correct.
Where did you see this audit report before you received it from General Sibia?
In a Facebook. I remember I was at head office, in my office at that particular when I saw it.
And are you aware that it's marked confidential?
That's correct.
So why do you think it's okay to share it with anybody else? If it's marked confidential, I mean, that must tell you that it's a confidential official document. Why do you deem it appropriate to share it with anybody else, especially people outside of SAPS?
Because, to be very honest with you, Commissioner, I did not see the danger of it or the problem about it, because I thought it's already in public, and in public it came as it is. Yes, to me it was no longer confidential. That is the reason I sent it.
But why do you deem it appropriate? Because other people could have stolen it and leaked it and illegally circulated it on Facebook. You are a police officer. You come across an audit report belonging to SAPS, and it is marked confidential. Why do you, I'm not talking about people who put it on Facebook.
Yes.
Why do you deem it appropriate to share it with somebody outside of SAPS? Can I give you an example?
Yes.
Say you give a statement to this commission,
Yes.
and then I see it on Facebook. But I'm a member of this commission. Are you saying because I see it on Facebook, I'm now entitled to share your statement with members of the public?
No.
No. So why did you deem it appropriate to share an internal confidential SAPS document with somebody outside of SAPS? You don't know.
I don't know.
Do you accept that it was wrong?
I don't accept that it was wrong because of even General Sibia sent it to
I
me.
can't hear you. General Sibia sent it to you, you are within SAPS. I'm asking you a specific question. Why did you send it to somebody outside of SAPS? This is a SAPS document.
Yes.
Now, do you accept that it was wrong to send a SAPS document to somebody outside of SAPS? That's my simple question.
Can we pack that one? And
No,
then,
I don't want to pack it.
I'm begging you.
No,
Commissioner.
I don't want to pack it. I want you to answer me. I'm asking you a simple question. Why did you deem it appropriate to send it to somebody outside of SAPS when it is clearly marked confidential? You think it was correct? Because it's either it was correct or it was wrong. And I'm giving you those two options. Do you
Or
think
not-
it was correct?
Or not sure.
No.
Maybe let them be three. Not sure.
Ms. Chaskalson, let me leave it there.
I've got a slightly different question. Leaving aside the rights and wrongs of doing it, what was your purpose in giving it to Mr. Matlala? Why did you want Mr. Matlala to know this information?
Is a service provider there? You know, the other thing that I also assumed at the time, I thought as a service provider, he was also issued with such officially. So I took it on that level.
No, but my question is, why did you think he was entitled to receive this information? Why did you give it to him? What were you trying to achieve?
I think the word achieve is a bit
Okay,
inappropriate.
what was your purpose in giving it to him?
I was just passing the message.
So you were just passing the message.
Yes.
In other words, you were giving him, as it were, a heads up, your contract may well be terminated.
No.
But then what is passing the message, if not that?
Passing the message, just forwarding the document as I received it.
So did you think that when General Sabia gave it to you, he wanted you to pass the message to Mr. Matlala? Is that what you're saying?
I can't say that in words that indeed he said I must send it. He just sent it to me, I sent it to Mr. Matlala. But bear in mind that the information that General Sibia, sometimes it is meant for Mr. Matlala, even that specific one, even though he did not say it. I just assumed on my own that maybe said pass it. I'm just...
You mentioned that you also sent this information to Mr. Motsumi.
That's correct.
Can you go to page 580?
Of the same to 580.
580, and that would be file 2 of 4.
Okay.
And these are your chats with Mr. Motsumi, and we see that on the 24th of March at 7:49 p.m., chat number 3, 4, 5, and 6.
That's correct.
You forward all of this, the same messages that you received from General Sibia you forward to Mr. Motsumi. Why did you forward them to Mr. Motsumi?
Sorry, Commissioner, you said 5?
580.
580 over the page to 581.
580, okay. I'm on it.
Why did you forward these messages to Mr. Motsumi?
I wanted him to know what was happening in that said project.
I'm sorry, I must apologize. I didn't hear that answer. You wanted him to know?
Okay. I sent it to him to know what was happening on that contract.
What was his interest in that contract, that he needed to know about what was happening on that contract?
Mr. Matlala owed Mr. Mutumi money, so I was warning him that, hey, Baba, your money will never come back because where he invested in Mr. Matlala's company. So I was making him aware that his contract is about to be terminated.
So when you say he invested in Mr. Matlala's company, was that Medicare 24? Was he a silent partner in Medicare 24?
I think not Medicare 24 per se, but I knew that Cat owed him money long before Medicare, and he promised that he's going to start making payment when this Medicare start to function properly.
And how did you know that Cat owed Mr. Motsumi money?
Pardon?
How did you know that Mr. Matlala owed Mr. Motsumi money?
Mr. Muzumi told me.
And when did he tell you?
Okay. During our biking, when we bike with Mr. Muzumi, said, hey, that cat must start paying me.
And approximately when would this have been? Would it have been before the contract was awarded, after the contract was awarded?
I think before the contract is awarded.
So you knew from Mr. Motsumi from before the contract being awarded that he was owed money from Mr. Matlala?
Yes.
And do you know if Mr. Matlala had started paying Mr. Motsumi back once the money flowed on the contract?
Can you repeat that?
Once the SAP's contract started paying Mr. Matlala, do you know if he had started to pay Mr. Motsumi back?
No,
You know,
I don't know.
you don't know. So
Yes.
you don't know whether Mr. Matlala had paid anything to Mr. Motsumi?
Yes.
And did you ever raise this with Mr. Matlala? The fact that he owed money to Mr. Motsumi?
No. I think it was the matter of myself and Mr. Mutsumi gossiping about Matlala.
So you were giving Mr. Motsumi this information about the Medicare 24 contract to let him know that Mr. Matlala was not going to be able to pay him back.
That's correct.
Can I just ask a different question? And this relates to your forwarding these messages to different people, not just Mr. Mutsumi. You sent to Mr. Matlala and you sent to General Shibiri. Now, maybe let me start with General Shibiri. What you testified earlier is that the discussion, why you forwarded the payment
Yes.
WhatsApp messages to General Shibiri is because you knew that there had been an inquiry to him for assistance. In fact, there had been an approach to him for assistance.
That's correct.
Yes. Now, I don't understand if that's all that you knew about the interaction between Mr. Matlala and General Shibiri. If that's all there was that you knew of, why would you send General Shibiri this inquiry from the media? And it's forwarding the next WhatsApp message where it's being forwarded, or a message is being sent by Pokane to generals, and then her response as well to Mr. Mashego. This is General Pokane, that it's an internal matter. Why would you share this with General Shibiri? Because it has nothing to do with payment.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I think being used to share information with this cycle of generals, General Shibiri, General Sibia, I just forwarded it as it came.
The thing, though, is this is not just any other information. It's very specific, and we do have evidence now.
Yes.
You would have heard that Mr. Matlala paid monies to General Shibiri, which he says was a loan. So we now know that monies have passed between Mr. Matlala and General Shibiri. So we know that he's got an interest in, at least where I'm sitting, General Shibiri would have an interest in Mr. Matlala keeping that contract at the subs, or what's happening with the contract. This suggests to me that you knew that General Shibiri has an interest more than just helping with payments. That's why you're sharing. Look at what the media is now asking. That's what this is. It suggests to me you were saying, look at the media is now asking questions. Look at the response of the subs and see that extract from the investigation or audit report. You share them because you know that there's a deeper involvement or interest between General Shibiri and Mr. Matlala, not just a random, I'm not getting paid, help me out. Sorry. That's the only way it makes sense to me that you would share this information with General Shibiri, is because you know something more than just an inquiry or a request for assistance to be paid. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense that you sent this, and I don't see that this is just a random sharing of information that you do on a regular basis with generals. This is very specific. So I think what I'm asking you is there has to be a better explanation for why you're sharing this with General Shibiri, for one, other than, well, I'm used to sharing information with generals.
To comment on that, maybe it came out wrong that I said I'm used to sharing information with generals. With General Shibiri, let me be direct with him. With General Shibiri, Commissioner, I share everything that I come across. Whether it's relevant to him or not, sometimes we'll not even comment or say anything on it. But according to me, I just share it because I'm used to share information with him. And any other than sharing information, he never mentioned to me that he's got maybe personal interest in coming to benefit in Mr. Matlala's contract. So on that part, I would not be in a position to answer that.
Why did you think he needed to know that Mr. Abraham Mashego is making those inquiries? Why did you think General Shibiri needs to know that?
I think, Commissioner, I took it from on the basis that Kat also complained to him about the payment. So that is when now the information about Kat, I also forwarded to him.
Let me suggest to you what it looks like.
Yes.
It looks like you were alerting him that, look at the media, it's inquiring about our contract. That's what it looks like. But in addition to that, you were alerting him, if he didn't know, that there's in fact an intention to terminate our contract and underline our contract. I say underline, and I call it our contract because your conduct here and his conduct suggests that you are much more interested in Mr. Matlala's contract than just random subs police officers who are assisting a member of the public. It suggests that you have a greater interest in this contract, and that's why you are sharing this out of concern. That's what it looks like to me. Do you want to comment?
It's not like that, Commissioner.
Sorry, say that again.
It's not like that. It's not like that.
Yes. And when you share with Mr. Matlala, it's the same thing. It is, you appear to me to be warning him that, look, journalists are now asking questions about our contract or your contract, but in fact, in addition to that, they are aware that there is a recommendation or instruction to terminate the contract. You are alerting him to that. Do you have any comment to that? It's what it looks like to me, and it's what I'm suggesting was the whole point of you sharing these WhatsApp screens. If you were not instructed by General Shibiri to forward them, and you just forwarded them out of your own initiative, then I'm suggesting to you that you were forwarding them because you were alerting them about the media is onto this, and secondly, the SAPS there's been a recommendation to General Masemula to terminate. You were alerting him about that. Do you have any comment?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes.
I think in my position, even on the structural level of SAPS, I wouldn't even when the media comes, they would not even come even nearer to me because of there is procurement, there is HR.
Yes.
The people who will be concerned and more worried are there in HR and procurement.
Yes.
So now taking out that issue of our contract, before the news could come to me, his people over there would have got that information. So I'm just taking off that thing that I was worried that, our money is going now or our tender is going now. No. I was just doing that innocently. This one sent me and then I sent. But I had no interest at all.
Yes. You see, my suggestion, and maybe you assist me by what you're saying, that my suggestion is based also on ordinarily you have no interest. You should have no interest whatsoever
Yes.
in this. And when it comes to you from General Sibia, unless he instructed you to forward it, it's something that you read and you forget about it. You pass it on because it's not in your station, has nothing to do with you.
It's true.
But it comes through and you quite actively send it to different people. So
Yes.
it's either you are acting on instructions to forward it to other people because you have a direct instruction, or you know that's how it works. When General Sibia gives you stuff, he's really saying to you, pass it on, and maybe you've said that when you say I was passing on a message. It's either that's what was happening, or it's I don't know if it's worse than that, which is, well, you are alerting them that the media is going to be reporting about this.
Yes.
That's what you're reporting, but also the contract is under threat. I'm suggesting it's one of the two. It's not as innocent as you saying, oh, I was just sharing. That's all there is. It's not.
But the commissioner, I understood a bit about what I just explained, that there was no way that media could come to me, or I would be worried that the contract is, the people who would be worried is those ones who approved that project.
Yes.
So to me, when it was sent to me, I thought because of previous communication that I take this one and send it to one. Even though at that time they did not send it, I took it as a norm. Citoyen, they would take it as a pass. That's what I did.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Can I sneak in one question and steal your time, Mr. Chaskalson? Sergeant, when you were sharing this page of the internal audit report to Mr. Mutsumi, whose interest were you advancing?
Mr. Mutsumi.
Because you knew that he had an interest in this contract,
Yes.
and it would be adverse to his interests if this contract was terminated by SAPS.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I ask you about meetings that you've had with Mr. Motsume? Now, I've been through the chats, and I can identify from March 2024 to September 2025, you have 12 different meetings with Mr. Motsumi that we can see on the chats. I can take you to them if you want, but I can assure you that there are 12 different meetings with Mr. Motsumi that I see either from invitations, sort of waterfall gates codes, or communications where you say you're at the gate or give me a code.
That's correct.
Beyond these 12 meetings, did you have other meetings with Mr. Motsumi that you're aware of over that period? And the period is March 2024 to September 2025.
Okay. You said you've seen 12.
I've seen 12 in relation to entry codes or messages about saying I'm at the gate or send a code. I can give you the dates if that would help. I can take you through them.
No need.
And one of those 12 is the meeting that we discussed last month with General Sibia when you appeared to be waiting with Mr. Motsumi, but he was stuck in a meeting with the National Commissioner and General Sentumule kept on talking longer than he expected. You remember that one?
Yes.
So I've identified these 12 from the chats. Are there meetings that you've had with Mr. Motsumi that wouldn't be reflected in the chats over that period?
Yes.
And where would those meetings be?
It's not necessarily meetings. I meet him on weekend. Either we go for boating or we go for biking. The reason that maybe you see 12 presumably be that it was meetings, it was not meeting, it was visits.
It was visits.
Visits.
In fairness to you, I should say 3 of the 12 are on weekends, but 9 of the 12 are not.
Pardon?
9 of the 12 are not on weekends. 3 of the 12 are on weekends.
Okay. I'm saying, you've seen that I've met him 12 times, right?
Yes.
And you are asking if are there any meetings that you are not aware about that are on those charts, right?
Yes.
Now I'm saying to you, I'm meeting Mr. Mutsumi regularly. So that means it can be more than 12 that you are meeting. Reason being,
I understand your answer now.
Yes.
So you also meet him regularly to ride, you meet him to go on the boat,
Yes.
and that won't be reflected in entry codes at the waterfall
because
estate.
if we meet on the road, yes.
Why are you meeting him so often? Why are you visiting with him so often?
Why do I meet him so often?
Yes.
I ride with him. I mentioned earlier that I was mentoring him. I was teaching him how to ride after I assisted him to buy his first bike. So time and again we'll ride. We'll do classes on the rides and but on those bases.
So you meet him frequently to ride, and I presume also to go on the boat.
Even to chill. Okay, let me just take you through this. Mr. Mutsumi was Mr. Jotam's friend. So
Sorry, he was Mr. Msibi's? I didn't get
friend,
friend.
family friend. So as I grew up, Mr. Mutsumi was on the picture as well with Mr. Msibi. So when they bought bikes, when I assisted them with bikes, it was both of them. So Mr. Mutsumi was more eager to learn faster. So after Mr. Musibi died, I became closer with Mr. Mutsumi. So we were doing rides and just social, sitting and just talking like a father and son. Not that there was anything specific that would phone each other, hey, let's have a meeting. No, there was nothing like that. It was a father and son.
Can I ask you about 2 of the 12 meetings that I have identified? On the 19th of May, 2025, if you go to page 591, and that would be file 2 of 4.
Yes.
If you see there on the 19th of May, he sends you an entry code for the first time at 1420. He sends it twice at 1420.
Yes.
2 different codes. If you then go to page 762, Do you see it? 762 at the same time, 2:21:03 p.m. chat 6.
Okay.
You see, you forward a code to Sergeant Morocco, and you've saved him as Sergeant Morocco K9. Is that because he's a K9 unit sergeant?
Yes.
And if you go down to page 780,
780.
780, on the same day, same time essentially, you also forward a code to see Mr. Motsumi to someone who you have saved as Impela K9. Is that Sergeant Impela of K9?
That's correct.
What were you organizing for yourself, Sergeant Morocco and Sergeant Impela, to do to meet at Mr. Motsumi's house on the 25th of May, which was a Monday afternoon? Sorry, the 19th of May, 2025, which was a Monday afternoon. Why were the three of you meeting with Mr. Motsumi?
We're just meeting, not say meeting. We're just sitting there.
But this is a Monday afternoon. You're all presumably on duty.
Afternoon.
Yes, if you look at those codes, they are codes. Let's just look at the one at 780. They're codes that are sent at 2:35 p.m. and they stop being valid at 17:30.
Yes.
So it was just a social meeting of the three of you, of the four of you.
Sergeant Moraka K9 is also a biker too. I usually go with him wherever I go on a bike. Same applies with other colleagues who are bikers that are not there. But on this one, I was with Sergeant Moraka. I got my coat, he got his coat. I think I was going to drop off the bike for service, and then Mpila was coming behind with the car. That is why I've sent him the code as well. But these two, they've got no relationship with Mr. Motsumi. I'm the one who's got the relationship with him.
But this is on a Monday afternoon. What are you doing with two colleagues going to Mr. Motsumi on a Monday afternoon?
His social life is after work.
No. We looked at the Sergeant Impela code, which was valid until 5:30, and you said he came later. Take a look at the codes that are your codes and Sergeant Morocco at, let's go to Sergeant Morocco at page 762. Can you go to 762? And you'll see Sergeant Morocco's code expired at 2:30 in the afternoon.
Yes.
And your code also at 584, you'll see, at 591, you'll see also expired at 2:30 in the afternoon.
Okay.
So the two of you were going off to visit Mr. Motsumi on a Monday afternoon between 2 and 2:30.
And Chair, maybe to rectify, it's a clubhouse, in the estates. there are clubhouses
Yes.
where everybody gets in. So usually here, we might not have met or seen Mr. Mutum, I'm just saying, but I remember it was myself and Moraka, Sergeant Moraka, we go often to eat on the clubhouse there. We would phone Mr. Mutumi, Baba Skelugiola, then he give us the code for the clubhouse. These are the codes for the clubhouse, and they might be numerous because we went numerous times there.
Yes, but if you look then at the Impala Code, the Impala Code is set to expire at 5:30 in the afternoon. So if Sergeant Impala is coming with a car to pick you up later, it means that you contemplate that you will spend the entire afternoon at Waterfall Clubhouse, at the very least, even if you aren't meeting Mr. Mutsumi.
Yeah, I wouldn't be sure about that, but something like that.
So are you saying that you and Sergeant Moraka took the afternoon off, as it were, to go to Waterfall Clubhouse for lunch?
Afternoon off.
Yes, because you went to the clubhouse on an entry code that would only let you in latest 2:30, and you had Sergeant Impala picking you up much later with a code that expired at 5:30. Is this just taking the afternoon off? There's no meeting with Mr. Mutsumi. What's going on?
I can't be sure about that. As I explained that to me and between myself and Mr. Mutsumi, there is no template time when he stipulates, let's have a meeting at 2 or at 5. So whenever that he feels he wants to see me, hey, make a turn, or I want to see Baba Nyeza, I will pass there, and then, so I can't comment, I can't be sure really, so that I must not say misquoted.
Well, let me ask the question differently. Was this visit to Mr. Mutsumi relating to police business?
Police.
With Mr. Moraka, let me assist you here, possibly. If you go to 763, you'll see that early in the morning, the next day, so this visit is on the 19th of May.
Yes.
And at the top of the page on 763, on the 20th of May at 7:53 in the morning, you send a license plate to Sergeant Moraka.
Yes.
Do you know why you would, presumably you're sending it to him for him to trace it?
No, I can't remember.
Well, why would you send a license plate to Sergeant Moraka?
Okay. I've got in my phone, I've got the app that we usually use. We call it MCD, where you usually circulate vehicles and cell phone and so forth. Now, at that time, I was revoked. Then when I'm revoked, I usually ask Sergeant Moraka to check for me. If he's not revoked, then he would. But in this matter, I can't recall on why did I send this registration, but I do send if there is a need.
But what possible reasons are there for sending Sergeant Moraka a license plate? A license registration number? What have you ever sent license registration numbers to him for? For what purpose? You see, when I look at your chats, I see you often seem to be sending him license plates to trace the registered owner. Even the very next chat, on the 29th of May, you send a picture of a man sitting on a car with a message, "Who's the registered owner of this vehicle?"
Yes.
So, is there any other reason why you might have sent this license plate number to Sergeant Morocco other than trying to find out who the registered owner is?
No.
Well, then let's get back to the previous question then. Was this meeting with Sergeant Morocco at Waterfall, well, first of all, was it a meeting just the two of you, or was it with Mr. Motsumi? What I understood your evidence to be earlier was that you may have gone in early and had lunch together before proceeding to Mr. Motsumi.
Okay. I can't quite remember clearly if Mr. Mutsumi was there, but at the guest house, when we want to go there at the clubhouse, I usually phone him that send the code, we are 3 or we are 4. So the person that I'm close with most, that is the reason you'll see most of the time, even when I do my other peace jobs, is I'm with Mr. Morata. So most of the time, my chat and Mr. Morata will appear.
No, I understand that, but my question is, would this have been a meeting just the two of you for lunch, or would it, and with Sergeant Mpela picking you up later, or was it planned for you to meet for lunch and then go to see Mr. Motsumi? Have you ever met with Mr. Motsumi in the Waterfall estate with Sergeant Mpela?
Yes.
And this particular occasion on the 19th of May, do you have any recall about it?
No. Okay, to add on that, I do meet Mr. Mutsumi more often. It will depend on that particular day, who am I driving with. But Mr. Mpela and Moraka, they are my friends. Wherever I go, they are there. Sometimes the reason maybe this code is seen is because of he was driving a different vehicle.
But would this be police business? Because you're meeting him during working hours. I mean, is this meeting to do with police business, or is it just taking the day off?
No. These ones are working shifts, Sergeant Moraka and Sergeant Mpela. So you will find that most of the time they are not working on that day, or they are working night shift. Then I would call, "Hey, gents, let's go eat. Gents, let's go play." So
your assessment of the situation is that the two of you may not have been on duty, you may have been working shifts and off duty, and you phoned up Mr. Motsumi to arrange to let you into the estate to have lunch at the clubhouse, and you may or may not have met Mr. Motsumi afterwards, together, the three of you. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
I'm trying to understand the nature of these, I'll call them meetings,
Yes.
where you go with more than one colleague, and you're all given entrance codes by Mr. Motsumi, and you all enter, But your evidence seems to be that maybe you just go to the clubhouse and have lunch and have a long afternoon lunch together. And then, even though it's a Monday, but you can do that because maybe you're not on duty. Is that what you're saying?
Sort of, yes.
Can I ask you about another one? If we go to the 25th of June, and that one is it starts on page 602 in the same file.
Let me ask my question so that I don't forget it. When you answered a question earlier about Mr. Muraka, you said when you do your peace jobs, you are with him. Or what are these peace jobs you're referring to?
I do bike events, not exactly bike events, metric dance on bikes. I do funerals. I do, yes.
It's not SAPS business that you're referring to when you say peace jobs?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
And I'm assuming these people that you teach to ride, such as Mr. Mutsumi, they pay you for that. So when you teach him to ride a bike, when you give him lessons, I think maybe that's a better term. Does he pay you for that?
That's correct.
Why is it funny? Such an
I'm trying to find a way to put it nicely.
You're giving people lessons. I mean, it's some expertise that you have. You're sharing it with other people. It's your time which is valuable to you. I'm assuming they would be paying you for your time and the lessons.
That's correct.
Thanks.
Can we look at 25 June, on page 602, you see there at 1803.42 again, there are two codes that are sent to you, which will give you access.
6:03.
6:03 p.m., 1803. 6:03 p.m.
Which
So,
Page 602.
sorry, page 602. 602, sorry, I thought you were asking about time. 6:02, and the time is 6:03 p.m., 1803. And you see Mr. Mutsumi sends two codes to you, and then if you go down to 764, you'll see you send one of those codes again to Sergeant Moraka. This is a chat number 5, 6:10 in the afternoon.
Page mark. Which, oh, sorry. Which
764.
764.
And then you'll see on 775 that you also send a code to Constable Matule.
That's correct.
And, sorry, who's Constable Matule? You've explained who Sergeant Moraka is.
He's also my friend. I train with him.
You train in the gym with him?
Yes.
And then if you go back to 764, you'll see just like the last meeting where there were several police officers and yourself going to Waterfall Estate with an entry code from Mr. Mutsumi, the day after that event, you send a license registration plate to Sergeant Moraka.
Sergeant who?
Sergeant Moraka, if you go to 764.
Okay?
So you see the entry code is chat number 5, chat number 6 the next day is yet again a license plate. And the following day there are 2 more license plates. So let me tell you what it looks like from the outside, and you need to disabuse me if I've got it wrong.
Yes.
What it looks like is that these are meetings at which, just like Mr. Nxumalo asked you to trace vehicles, coming out of these meetings, Mr. Motsumi is asking your assistance to trace vehicles. Because on both of the occasions where we see you and Sergeant Moraka meeting pursuant to entry code sent by Mr. Motsumi, the very next message that you send to Sergeant Moraka the next day just happens on both occasions to be a license plate, nothing more. So, what's your response to that?
My first response is Sergeant Moraka does not necessarily need to go to Mr. Motsumi if Mr. Motsumi wants Mr. Moraka to check his number plate. He would do that telephonically, either through me or through Mr. Moraka. But because if he does not know Mr. Moraka, he will do that through me, obviously. And Mr. Motsumi, he would not use us or tell us to check registration for him. It is just a coincidence that after the code of Mr. Motsumi, then I sent the registration to Mr. Moraka. But Mr. Motsumi has got nothing to do with that. Vice versa, I would, if Mr. Moraka send me feedback on the registration that I've sent to him, I would send it back to Mr. Motsumi on the very same time. So
So this is just an unfortunate coincidence that on both of these occasions, the next day you asked Sergeant Moraka, well, you sent a license plate to Sergeant Moraka.
That's correct.
What do you expect Sergeant Moraka to do with these license plates that you sent him? Are you asking him to trace owners?
To check circulation, yes. Sorry, I'm pressed. Can I?
Let's adjourn. We'll see you as you come back down and we'll come in. Let's adjourn. Sergeant, I reacted instinctively once you said you wanted a comfort break. I did not even look at the time. Seeing that it was close to 4 p.m. and we normally adjourn at 4, I should have just said we adjourn for the day. Does that suit you, Mr. Shaskals and Mr. Ngwato, for us to adjourn now?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I don't want to proceed.
Mr. Ngwato,
I have no objection, Chair.
thank
It's an
you.
opportune time.
Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.
Honorable Sangone, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson. Afternoon, honorable members.
Honorable Ntuli, good afternoon.
Honorable Nduli's got an apology, Chair.
Honorable Ngola, good afternoon.
Honorable Mwala's got an apology. He'll be joining us shortly.
Honorable Sokanyule, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Honorable Skosana, good afternoon.
Lutshani ngiyalotshisa Qinisihlalo nesitjhaba sikaZimo namalunga weParlamente ephakamileko ngithi ngezandla zombili Thukahlori.
Honorable Nomvalo, good afternoon. Honorable Shongwe.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues.
Honorable Breitenbach.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Honorable Cameron, good afternoon.
Chair.
Honorable Kola Barnett, good afternoon.
She has an apology, Chair. She's on a flight. And I think Klooper is also on a flight. I'm not sure.
Okay. Honorable Malema, good afternoon.
Chair, it's Leanne Matthys. Honorable Malema will join us. We're just wrapping up a meeting at headquarters.
Honorable Matthys, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mngango. Good afternoon, Honorable Sols.
Afternoon, Chair and colleagues.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Vessels.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Honorable James, good afternoon. Good afternoon to the evidence leaders, Honorable Advocate Arendse, Advocate Mkhize, Advocate Mkhwanazi. Good afternoon, Mr. Tejana.
Afternoon, Chairperson.
Good afternoon, Dr. Thule.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members. Thank you.
Mr. Ramano, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and members.
Yes, Nicolette, good afternoon. Okay, good afternoon to the members of the media and the staff of political parties. Can we quickly, for the purpose of record, rotate the apologies, the African National Congress?
Thank you very much, Chair. We have an apology from Honorable Nduli. He's engaged in party work. Honorable Ngola will join us as soon as he lands. He's on a flight. Thank you.
The MKP. The DA.
Sorry, Chair, can you hear me?
Hello, Honorable Shongwe.
Yes, sir. Honorable Nomvalo will be joining us. He's busy in a meeting, but soon he'll be joining us very soon. Thank you.
Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Kola Barnett is on a flight. And I think Honorable Klooper is also on a flight. I'm not entirely sure. But they both fly at this time of the afternoon because she comes from Durban and he comes from Joburg.
Okay.
Chair.
Hello, Honorable Skosan.
I'm not sure what is happening, Chair, here, because the this is a repeat. You know, I've already introduced myself. The things which we are talking, what I'm hearing here, is the things which are already passed a minute or 2 minutes ago. So I'm not sure what is happening, because I'm still hearing you calling Honorable Breitenbach, and I've already heard earlier. So I don't know what is happening with the network. You know.
Yeah, you need to get yourself to a proper place, or log out and log in again.
Again, okay, because really I'm getting this message for the second time.
Honorable Shongwe.
No, Chair, it's Honorable Nkosana is not mistaken. It's just the A being out of order, repeating the very same thing and putting things where they are not supposed to be. We are now on apologies, Chair. So just to correct.
Which is precisely what I'm doing. I'm putting the apologies on record, not out of order at all.
Yes, Honorable Breitenbach is in order because she was called by me to record the apologies.
Yes,
Okay.
she also said the same thing on greeting.
Yeah, no, that is not a problem. We were still coming to apologies. Maybe Honorable Sangone as well and Honorable Mattheys said the same things when I was greeting members from their parties, because they knew those members are not in the meeting and may not be able to respond. Honorable Mattheys, can we please record the apology of the EFF?
Yes, Chair. Honorable Malembo will join us. We're just wrapping up a meeting at headquarters. Hopefully in time while our meeting still continues. And also, Chair, I have a flight and I couldn't get a later flight. So I might also need to be excused as soon as my flight takes off. Okay. But I'll drop you a message as soon as that happens.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Do we have an apology for Honorable Mwango? Ramano? Honorable Souls, do we have apologies?
No apologies, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Vessels, do we have apologies?
Thank you, Chair. If we now, I'm just asking for it to be excused then. The meetings, political party meeting starting at 17.
Okay. Do we have apology from Honorable James?
I'm here, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair.
Mr. Tejana, do we have apologies from evidence leaders?
No, Chairperson, I didn't get any apology. I'm not sure whether they are aware that was sitting in the first place, but I know for the fact that they are busy doing work for the committee.
Oh, okay. Bonani, may we please slide the agenda?
Chair, maybe just before we go there, we've got that extended apology of Honorable Klopa.
Yeah, up until the 24th. Is that so? Mr. Ramano.
Chairperson?
Yes, how are you?
I'm good, and how are you?
Great. Are we flighting the agenda on the screen?
Yes, it is on the screen.
Okay, thank you so much. Honorable members, we have the agenda on the screen. We circulated the report with yourselves from the office of the STP on the progress that has been made regarding the cases that honorable members have inquired about. And there is an update on the appearance of the IGI. There is also a legal opinion which has been, there is a letter and a legal opinion that are being circulated in the meeting. And then there is a correspondence from Mr. Bester and his lawyers who are requesting to appear before the committee. And then the question to the president, you remember the office has written to us and requested that they be given until the close of business today to submit. And then the last will be the minutes. Can I check if there is any other member who wants to speak to the items on the agenda?
Yes, I've raised my hand, Chair.
Honorable Kosana.
My hand I've raised because there's an issue which I deposited last week from a gentleman called Jemani Prim. And his affidavit was deposited to the secretary. And I see there's only Thabo Bester. And I think I must raise that the issue of Jemani as well has to be in the part and parcel of the agenda.
Okay. Where is the matter coming from?
The matter is
Hello, Honorable Kosana.
Do you hear me, Chair? I'm saying the matter was brought in by one member from the Correctional Service, Honorable Daibosh. Then the matter was sent to us, and there was a correspondent from the gentleman himself who's in jail, Jemani Prim. So as I said, they must have a sworn affidavit. They've sent that sworn affidavit. I deposited that sworn affidavit into the group, and I've sent that to the secretary.
So in their letter, do they explain why they did not comply with the deadline of the 31st of October?
Yeah, the issue was that the treatment, I don't want to because it will take time, but I can if you want me to explain what exactly happened there. As we speak here, after this matter was deposited to us, I don't know whether it has linked, but the treatment has changed. We've received messages from the mom that the guy is not eating. There's a lot of things happening in whatever, CIMEX prison or whatever is happening there. So I don't want to go on the merits, of that matter because everything was deposited into the group and the secretary received that. And so I don't know why was it not on
I mean, why they have not. Remember, we have dealt with similar matters before. But even when we dealt with those matters, the committee will want to know the reasons why the person only makes a submission now. Why didn't they comply with the deadline?
With the deadline. Yes.
Of the 31st of October. You remember?
I remember.
Yes, we dealt with all those matters, including Mr. Chetty, Mr. Mlocha, and everybody.
Yes.
Why didn't they comply? That is the question that the committee asked first.
Yeah, I'm not going to speculate, Chair. I'm going to respond the same way as Thabo Bester thing, which is on the agenda today. That's exactly what happened.
Okay, no, it's fine. We will put the matter on the agenda, and members will interact with it. Is that okay?
Yes, so it's okay, Chair.
Okay, can I check if there is any other submission to the agenda? Any mover for the adoption?
So, Chair, I think I have engaged you, but I'll engage you offline because I'm still gathering the facts in terms of certain submission that they submitted on time. But I'll engage even if it's after the meeting. I'll engage on Chief just to put it on record. Thank you.
I can't hear you, Honorable Shoma.
I'm saying, Chair, I will engage you on a matter of submission that was submitted. So I'm still gathering whether it was submitted in time before the closing date or not. And I can't disclose the name now, Chair, until I gather my facts. For the sake of getting everything in order. So I'll engage you out of line if I get my facts on time.
Okay. Mr. Tejana, can we take the first 4 items? Item number 2, 3, 4.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Greetings to the honorable members and colleagues. Chairperson, you will recall that we had reported at our last meeting of Monday, 9th March 2026, that the Constitutional and Legal Services Office had received an instruction from the Speaker's Office to put together affidavits in respect of 2 incidents that took place on the 19th of November 2025, i.e. the Mr. Ngabinde incident and the incident that took place on the 26th of February 2026, i.e. the walkout incident, for purposes of opening a criminal case against Mr. O'Sullivan in line with the legal provisions of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. Chairperson, we can confirm that on Thursday, 12 March 2026, a criminal case was opened against Mr. O'Sullivan at the Cape Town Police Station under case number CAS 752-03-2026. On Friday, Chairperson, which is the following day, on the 13th of March 2026, we were informed by the Cape Town Police Station through Colonel Stephens that the matter will be investigated by the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, the DPCI, commonly known as the Hawks. As you may be aware, the DPCI is mandated by Section 17, capital D, of the South African Police Service Act to prevent, combat, and investigate national priority offences. The core mandate and focus areas of the DPCI include serious organized crime, serious commercial crime, serious corruption, and specialized investigations, which handle cases requiring specific expertise as determined by the national head of the DPCI. Importantly, the referral of this case to the Hawks makes it clear that the act which Mr. O'Sullivan committed on the 19th of November 2025, i.e. in respect of the Mr. Ngabinde incident, and on the 26th of February 2026, in respect of the walkout incident, have been classified as national priority offences in terms of the subject investigation, presumably maybe because they took place in Parliament. Chairperson, we will keep you in the loop regarding all further developments in this matter. I thank you. Can I, with your leave, Chair, can I proceed to the other one?
Yes, let's proceed to the next item.
Thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson, the second one relates to an opinion on the appearance of the Inspector General of Intelligence before the committee. You will recall that during oral evidence by various witnesses before the committee, the IGI emerged as a person of interest due to his active involvement in the criminal justice system. For that reason, the committee has invited the IGI to appear before it to give evidence on oath or affirmation regarding, amongst others, allegations of procurement of properties by the Crime Intelligence Division of the SAPS. The IGI has responded to the committee via written correspondence to the chairperson indicating that he can only appear before the committee once his statutory obligations have been fulfilled. These statutory obligations, which the IGI must fulfill, relate to a consultation process he must undertake with the President and the Acting Minister of Police prior to the disclosure of classified information. On the 24th of February 2026, the IGI initiated the consultation process with the Minister, and the Minister responded to him through written correspondence on 26 February 2026, advising that he is seeking legal advice on the matter. On 25th February 2026, the IGI initiated the consultation process with the President, and to date, he has not yet received any response from the President. In his request for consultation with the Minister, the IGI has listed documents that are relevant to the committee's terms of reference. May I also make the point that on 12 September 2025 and on 15 September 2025, the IGI indicated to both the chairperson of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence and to the chairperson of our committee, respectively, that the matters on which his testimony is requested relates to issues of national security, which are subject to restrictions in law and which are dealt with in closed session by the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. To this end, the IGI made it known to the chairperson of the committee that on the 5th August 2025, he testified on similar matters before the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. As you are all aware, the committee's duration will expire on 31st March 2026, and the committee deems it crucial to hear the evidence of the IGI prior to the finalization of its report. As a result of time constraints within which the committee must wind up its business, other members of the committee have expressed a view that it might be necessary for the committee to invoke its summoning powers in order to secure the appearance of the IGI. It is against this background that the chairperson approached the Constitutional and Legal Services Office requesting to be advised on how to take this matter forward, and the legal question being how to secure the appearance of the IGI before the committee in a lawful manner. Chairperson will start by making reference to Section 191, subsection 1 of the Constitution, which provides that the security services of the Republic consist of a single defense force, a single police service, and any intelligence services established in terms of the Constitution. The point being made being that intelligence services fall under Chapter 11 of the Constitution, which deals with security services. Section 199, subsection 8 of the Constitution provides that to give effect to the principles of transparency and accountability, multi-party parliamentary committees must have oversight of all security services in a manner determined by national legislation or the rules and orders of Parliament. Chairperson, for our purposes, the national legislation referred to herein is the Intelligence Services Oversight Act number 40 of 1994, the Oversight Act, which is the legislative instrument that establishes the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. Joint Rule 152 provides that the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, established by the Oversight Act, must perform the oversight function concerning the intelligence services as required by Section 199, subsection 8 of the Constitution. Chairperson, the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence is a privileged committee of Parliament. Chairperson, we say the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence is a privileged committee of Parliament for a myriad of reasons. Firstly, It is a committee constituted in terms of national legislation, namely the Oversight Act. Secondly, it is governed by its own rules, namely the rules of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. Thirdly, no member of parliament may be appointed as a member of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence before the State Security Agency has issued a security clearance in the prescribed manner in respect of that member. Fourthly, it is the only committee of parliament whose default position regarding the convening of its meetings takes place in closed sessions. Chairperson would like to believe that there is a cogent reason for what I have just mentioned. This reflects the recognition by Parliament that intelligence information is of a sensitive and classified nature, and that its disclosure must be carefully regulated and subject to appropriate institutional safeguards. The IGI's functional accountability to the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence in terms of the Oversight Act is characteristic of the unique, special, different, and specific statutory oversight architecture for intelligence matters. We make it bold that the IGI has made it clear that the information which the committee requires him to disclose is classified information. Accordingly, the IGI has informed the committee that Section 7(8)(b) of the Oversight Act places a legal obligation on him to consult with the President and the Minister of Police prior to the disclosure of classified information. The above-mentioned statutory requirement serves as an important safeguard to ensure that intelligence information is disclosed only in circumstances that are consistent with the legal framework governing the protection of classified information and national security. We say the elephant in the room is that the appearance of the IGI before the committee may give rise to circumstances in which intelligence information may be disclosed. Such disclosure, if undertaken without compliance with the consultation requirements prescribed by Section 7(8)(b) of the Oversight Act, would be inconsistent with the statutory framework governing intelligence oversight. The import of Section 7(8)(b) of the Oversight Act is such that the conditions which are peremptory in nature that must be met prior to disclosure are of supreme importance and must take precedence over any other right or obligation in law as stated in the subject provision. Importantly, failure on the part of any person to comply with the subject section is an offense in terms of Section 7(a) of the Oversight Act, and the offender may, upon conviction, be liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 5 years. Chairperson, our reading of Section 7(a) of the Oversight Act is that Section 7(8)(b) of the Oversight Act falls under a statutory prohibition created under Section 7, subsection 8 of the Oversight Act. It therefore goes without saying that the committee cannot invoke its summoning powers on an act or action that is statutorily forbidden. We say the IGI is permitted under the proviso of just cause in Section 17, subsection 1A of the PIPA, read with Section 7(8)(b) of the Oversight Act, to withhold the disclosure of intelligence information if such disclosure is inconsistent with the relevant statutory requirements of the Oversight Act. Importantly, the committee's summoning powers do not extend to intelligence information. Accordingly, Section 7(8)(b) cannot be wished away because our law is not self-executing. In view of the above, it is evident that there are certain peremptory conditions which the IGI must comply with prior to its appearance before the committee, and those statutory requirements must be complied with as a matter of law. Chairperson, we say, in contrast to the above, Joint Rule 81 provides a mechanism in which it is permissible for the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence to confer with the committee. Rule 7 of the rules of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence provides that meetings with other committees in terms of Joint Rule 81 are not open to the public, including the media, except in accordance with legislation, provisions of the rules of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence or resolutions of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. This prohibition also includes all documents officially before or emanating from the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. Chairperson, in view of the foregoing, our advice is that Section 7(8)(b) of the Oversight Act sets out peremptory conditions for the disclosure of intelligence or information received by the IGI from the relevant services, and this must be fully complied with. Moreover, our reading of Section 7(A) of the Oversight Act is that Section 7(8)(b) of the Oversight Act falls under a statutory prohibition created under Section 7, subsection 8 of the Act. It therefore goes without saying, we repeat, that the committee cannot invoke its summoning powers on an act or action that is statutorily forbidden. We're of the view that given the time constraints within which the committee must wind up its business, it may take longer for the IGI to conclude the mandatory consultation process with the relevant members of the executive. In contrast to the above, and should the committee be so minded or be so inclined, the mechanism set out in Joint Rule 81, read with Rule 7 of the Rules of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, may come in handy in laying the basis for the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence and the committee to confer on the issues listed under paragraph 7 of this memorandum. The preceding paragraph rings true, particularly in view of the fact that the IGI has indicated that he has already testified on these issues in closed session before the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. We so advise, Chairperson. Chairperson, may I also take this opportunity to inform the committee that we wrote to the IGI with a view to finding out as to where is he in relation to his consultation process. He wrote to us last week, Monday, but we thought before this meeting sits, we must make a follow-up. The IGI has duly responded. The consultations have not taken place yet. The report which he gave us last week, Monday, regarding the fact that the acting Minister of Police is seeking legal advice still stands. In other words, they have not reverted to him. The President as well has not reverted to the IGI. That's why, Chairperson, we have the view that let's make use of our own internal mechanisms as advised. Thank you, Chairperson.
When you say let's make use of our own internal mechanisms, you are speaking in reference to the section on security services.
No, I'm speaking in relation to the conferral powers, Chairperson, of the Joint Standing Committee.
That's what I'm saying, because remember you opened by quoting a relevant provision on national security and then the empowering provision on oversight.
Yes.
So that your recommendation becomes very clear to the committee as to what are you actually, in the light of the response that the IGI has given to us and the unfolding developments, what becomes your firm recommendation before the committee is that the matter should be handled in accordance with the existing provisions.
That's correct, Chairperson. I say that, Chairperson, our joint rules, together with the rules.
Also note the work that the Joint Standing Committee would have done so far.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Exactly. Okay. Honorable members, I'm going to rotate the two items for discussion. Can we hear the African National Congress?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and let's also welcome the presentations that have been delivered. Chairperson, on the first item of the court case against Mr. O'Sullivan, we welcome the progress in this matter. I do think that even the designation as a priority crime given the place that Parliament holds in the architecture of South Africa is important and is welcome. So we are happy with that report. On the second issue, Chair, relating to the Inspector General of Intelligence, I think that we had always known from the onset of this committee that there was particular protocols around the management of intelligence information. And it indeed should come as no surprise to us, at least, the fact that the IGI is expected to have such consultations and confirm his appearance before the committee. What I think complicates the situation even more, Chair, is that the Inspector General, I'm not sure if it's in the legal opinion or it's in his letter, he insists that what he does not have on hand are the reports that he was relying on and he obviously wants to put before the committee. Now, if he has been stripped of his security clearance, I don't see how he is going to have access to those reports anyway. When we were discussing as a committee at the formation of the Committee on Issues of Intelligence, we said an avenue we may have open to us rather than seeking now, to summon and I suppose push back against legislation we've always known was in place. We said an avenue would have open to us is to apply for the declassification of certain documents, and we would get guidance on how to do that. Now, and I want to put that on the table, Chair, perhaps as a way of seeking to gain access to this information. We have no problem with the proposal around conferring with the JSCI, who would have had this matter anyway. And if they are able to enlighten this committee on what conclusion have been reached before all those matters, I do think that we can incorporate it in our report. But in the event we are not happy with that, then I think all that is open to us at this point is to seek the declassification of those documents, and would obviously have to set out the cogent reasons why we think that they are important for the work of the ad hoc committee. But over and above that, Chair, I think just to confirm that the main thrust and essence of the legal opinion we do accept, and I think it's more now about what do we do moving forward. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Do we still have anybody from the ANC who wants to speak? Okay, the MKP. The MKP.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, the network, as I said, is a problem. The first matter about Paul O'Sullivan, we just want to see action, Chair, because I've opened a case 2 years ago, and that case against two members, one is still in Parliament, the other one is not in Parliament. And those matters are still dragging as we speak. And I hope this case of Paul O'Sullivan is not going to follow what I'm experiencing as an honorable member of Parliament as well, being frustrated by the investigation officer. I hope that this matter of Paul O'Sullivan will really get the attention it deserves. It has to be dealt with like any other cases, but not the one which we all get frustrated after opening those cases. You don't even get anything from the IO to really tell you exactly where the matter is. But I must say that we really welcome that. It was long overdue that something has to happen. We can't have, someone in this country who's law unto himself. Secondly, the matter of IGI. Really, each of the Inspector General, for me, and for Umkhonto Wesizwe Party, we are really concerned about this matter. We know that there's secret in this country which perhaps should not be known in public. But once the matter, hence I said in the last meeting, once the matter is being brought to us, and the person who's involved is called to appear before us. I guess that the legal team has exercised their mind for them to come to a conclusion to call that particular witness. But for us to be debating that now, to say there's issues, I mean, they knew that there's issues when it comes to these issues of dealing with members of the Secret Service or members of the crime intelligence, you know. But for us to be told now that we can't because of there's this law which prevent us, there's this regulation which prevent us to be engaged with those. I guess for me, I think as I always say, we are dropping the ball because we're not supposed to be discussing this matter here. You know, for me, it was supposed to be simple that the legal team have exercised, you know, their mind and look at all the laws of this country. Whether are we within the rights of calling those people to appear before us, not to be told that now the technicalities, like what happened to Umbi, or if I'm right, with the SSNA. But really, for me, I think we can do better. You know, we can't be discussing matters here when the matter was supposed to be from the initial stages being discussed, whether it's possible for that person to come before us or the laws prevent us to do so. That's my disappointment when it comes to such matters. But otherwise, if it was possible, really we needed the Inspector General to come before us, Chair. Thank you.
Do we still have a second speaker? From the...
Thank you. Thank you.
Honorable Shongwe, we can't hear you.
Actually, sorry, my network is bad, but I have nothing to say. So, thank you.
The DA.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think firstly, in terms of Mr. Sullivan, the process needs to take its course. Of course, I don't think it would be fair if there's any, if he doesn't face the same scrutiny as any other ordinary South African would. So the process needs to take its course. Then secondly, with regards to the IG, Chair, I think it's very convenient for them to now suddenly say can't appear before this committee. You know, so much has been discussed that's relevant to the IG. And I think that if we get a very, very clear indication of what the parameters are within which the discussion can happen, all of the members on this committee are mature enough to determine where they need to stop and where not. And Chair, you yourself know exactly how to, make sure that we act within the parameters that are prescribed to us. So I think it's too easy a way out to now suddenly say that the IG can't appear. A lot of what this committee is based on is because of wrongdoing in the intelligence community, and a lot of it, probably the majority of it, is already public. So I think it's a bit of a cheap scapegoat to try and just get out of it now. He needs to come to the committee. He needs to come and answer questions. There's a lot that's already been discussed in public. And I think it's important that whomever also denies him that opportunity or wants to deny him that opportunity, they should also possibly come and explain that to the committee. I just think it's too easy an excuse. Thank you, Chair.
Do you have a second speaker?
No, Chair. We're all in line. Thank you.
The EFF. The EFF. The IFP. the PA.
Chairperson, this is a sad day, I think, for us, because my understanding is that the IGI is willing to cooperate. He has done everything as per required by Section 78B. He's requested copies of the documents that he doesn't have access to anymore for use in the committee. He has requested for consultation with the executive as the Act requires. But the reason why the legislative requirement is unfulfilled, it's not due to the fault of the IGI. It is because the executive has not responded to the consultation as to when to have such consultation. So because the consultation is delayed, that legislative requirement of consultation is not fulfilled by the IGI, even though when he has the consultation, the very legislation says after consultation with, meaning he's not bound by, he doesn't need permission from the executive to come. He just needs to fulfill the requirement of consulting. But that is withheld outside of his power. He has no control over that. And as a result, he cannot come. So he believes there's just cause to come. But his non-appearance is currently the unfulfilled legal requirement of consultation, and that is being stalled by the executive level. So, and again, I need confirmation if my understanding is correct. That's how it has been explained by the legal opinion that was given to us. If that is the understanding, then as Parliament, our oversight role now should point to the executive, and we should ask the executive, because the legislation is silent on how long is a reasonable time for the executive to stall consultation after the request by the IGI has been made. So the question, because there is silence in the Act, the question then as an oversight role should be to the executive to say, what, provide us with the reasons why such consultation has not taken place yet. Once we have that reasons and it's legitimate, then we can say legislatively the requirements is not fulfilled, so we cannot call the IGI. And then, of course, on Paul O'Sullivan, it goes without saying, you have done wrong, he has done wrong, action should be taken, we have said that, and we should not pull back now. So we support the action that has been taken. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, on the Paul O'Sullivan matter, I note the report and welcome it. With regards to the IGI issue, as I suggested last week, I think it will be in the best interest of progress to engage, for us to engage with the presidency and with the acting Minister of Police to find out the reasons why they are not consulting with the IGI. I think what complicates it is the fact that he is suspended, and that might be an impediment on the executive side, or for the executive to go ahead with that consultation. Let's ask them for the reasons. But then the proposal made in the legal opinion with regards to the internal remedies that we could look at, in particular in paragraph 51 of the advice, utilizing Rule 81 and Rule 7 of the JSCI, I think we might it might also assist us. The ideal is to have the IGI to appear in front of us, but in the meantime, we should maybe consider doing what is suggested and advised by legal services to go ahead with such a conferral with the Joint Committee, Standing Committee on Intelligence, and that might provide certain answers that we need for the work that we are doing. But at the same time, simultaneously, I suggest that we do ask for presidency and also the acting Minister of Police for the reasons why the consultation is not taking place. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we're going to support Honorable Wessels on the matter of the IGI, despite the fact that we don't have much time as a committee. And then on Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, we welcome the report and the progress given. Thank you.
Yeah, honorable members, I think we are one in terms of the report that has been presented on the cases that have been opened against Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. And I find myself in a difficult position to pronounce what your decision is on the matter of the IGI. There is a view that the legal opinion that has been presented here must be accepted, which of course the legal opinion speaks to matters of law, that is legislation that Parliament has passed, and the powers that have been conferred to the committee that is the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. And no other committee of Parliament has been conferred such powers. If you look at the JSCI, it's a committee that is empowered by the Constitution from those provisions that Mr. Tejana has read before the meeting. And number two, what is very, very important is what Honorable Sol says to say. The IGI, as a citizen of this country, cannot find himself in the crossfire. And politicians must be considerate that he would have done everything possible to appear before the committee. And the consultations that he sought have not been, or an opportunity for those consultations has not been granted. So there are two parallel views in this meeting. Of course, matters of law are not matters that need our agreement. They just need our understanding. The law that is there has been stated. And the question now is the IGI has tried to follow that law, but the opportunity has not been granted. So can I rotate this matter back to yourself and hear how we come to reconcile the views that are here in this meeting? One, I agree that we must accept the law that is in place. Parliament is the one that passes the law. And Parliament can never be an institution that is seen to be flouting that law. But accountability as well is a competing imperative in our law. And then it has to be done in accordance with the law that is in place. And even ourselves, when we drafted our terms of reference, we said that any information that may be security or intelligence related will be obtainable in accordance with the law that is in place in the country. If you remember that debate where we debated the matter for a very long time, because we were cognizant of the fact that Parliament, as the lawmaking institution, must be primus inter pares in terms of upholding the law that it has passed. And so now we find ourselves here. How do we move forward on this matter? Can I rotate the question again back to you? The legal opinion has been presented, and we are inclined to accept what is stated in the legal opinion, because those matters that are being presented there are matters of law. And then number two, the IGI has tried everything to comply with the law that is in place. So the question now is, and the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence has at one stage returned to us, stating the very same law, but also to indicate that certain matters would have been referred by the Speaker to them, which are matters that are intelligence related or to the security of the state, which may not be publicly discussed. So how do we deal with such matters without compromising national security or intelligence information? That is basically how we should find a way to come out of this matter. It's not just about the IGI appearing before the committee in terms of the law, but there are also competing imperatives stated in South African law that, and the Constitution in particular. If the Constitution decides to be specific about matters of national security and intelligence and how such matters have to be handled, it shows the importance of such matter to the Republic. And so I want to hear you, honorable members, so that we do not make a summary that is not relevant to your discussion. The African National Congress.
Very much, Chairperson. Chair, what I heard the colleagues, the honorable members saying, which perhaps, well, since we're rotating now, we'll see whether everybody is in agreement on, was that one, the committee remains committed to hearing the evidence of the IGI. Two, while we accept the legal opinion from Parliament, we do think that it is disingenuous. Before Honorable Mkhwanazi left, she would have also deposited into the chat group some of the thoughts of the EFF, which in particular speaks to what recourse is there, where the President and the Minister have refused or do not consult the IGI, I don't know. Now, the second point that I thought the committee was making is that the executive must be held to account for the delays in the consultation. So we would expect that both the minister and the president are asked on why there is a delay in responding to the issue of consultation with the IGI. The third thing I heard the committee saying is that we support the proposal for a conferment with the JSCI on the evidence that has been canvassed with them that we think is necessary for the purposes of the work of this ad hoc committee. And then fourthly, and maybe finally, Chair, was the proposal we had put as well, that we know the reports that we are interested in. Those matters are even outlined in the legal opinion, that parallel to all of these other foregoing steps, we also seek a declassification of those documents, because we are of the view that there may have been criminality that has been committed, and on the basis of that, we don't believe that those reports should be declassified. So we do that as a parallel process to one holding the executive to account, conferring with the JSCI. The one issue I just want to raise, Chair, which I think we must still consider because we will run into a problem, and that is why we are suggesting that we seek the classification of those documents, is if the IGI has been stripped of his security clearance, he will not get access to intelligence information until it is declassified. And that is the reason why we are proposing that parallel to everything else, let's seek declassification of that thing, because the likelihood of him getting it without security clearance is as good as me trying to access classified documents when I don't have top security clearance. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay, I think that helps us to move forward. Let's hear what other members are saying. The DA.
No, Chair, before the DA.
I mean the MKP, sorry.
Yes. Yeah, I'm saying, Chair, you know, I don't have, as you said yourself, that, you know, the legal advice which we got, it's as a matter of law, you know, compel us to do what we think perhaps from as members, we thought that this matter of the IGI, because I still insist as well, Chair, to say the same legal advice brought the name on the agenda of the Inspector General. Now, I don't understand the turnaround now. That before that, they didn't know all these things. I'm still sitting on that. That we can't have this thing, you know, being put on the agenda. Then at the end of the day, we are told what we are being told by the same legal advice, by the same legal team. I mean, for me, it's strange, Chair, that by the time they've put the name of the Inspector General to appear before us, they knew all these things. Hence, I'm saying, you know, we'll be suspicious of a cover-up. You know, but really, we needed the Inspector General to appear before us, Chair. It's very, 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 very important. But be that as it may, you know, if the other core committee members feel that really we can leave that as well. But for me, really, I think it's a travesty of justice for us not to have the Inspector General appearing before us. That's what I can say. I mean, we've been talking about this matter, I don't know how many times. Thank you, Chair.
The DA.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I again want to reiterate, I understand some of the complexities, but then we shouldn't have touched on many of the issues that we've touched on. Then, with respect to the legal team and the legal advisors, they should have stopped us from diving into certain things that are supposedly classified. I also don't see how now suddenly this classification plays such a big role. It's almost as though as soon as we're now getting to the point where we can see some kind of resolve or find a solution, we're told that that it's suddenly classified. First of all, I think quite a bit, if not all, should be declassified. I think it's also very important that we get an opportunity to engage the IG on any matter that the committee has discussed before. If there's anything that's relevant to what the committee has already discussed openly and in public, I don't see why we cannot further discuss that with the IG. I think this is an opportunity for corruption and any other valuable information to actually be indirectly covered up, and that's not directed to the IG himself or anyone else. It simply means that there are things that need to be aired and that need to be discussed in public. Chair, I think if we were in contravention or allegedly in contravention of any form of legislation, we should have been told that before, and then we should have discussed it. But I agree with the Honourable Skosana. I don't understand how now suddenly it's an issue. We've touched on so much of this before. Why is it a problem now? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. The EFF. The EA.
Chairperson, Chairperson, my understanding of the classification and again, I will submit to guidance is that the reason why the IGI has requested copies from the Minister of Police is because this classified information was during a time when the IGI had security clearance before his suspension. So he's making reference to confidential or classified information that he had sight of, he had access to. That's number one. Number two, the classified information in question is information drafted by the IGI. So if it's a matter of access for him, he has already had sight of it. He's the one who drafted it. So he has already had access. But because of the legal technicality of him having been suspended now, this now makes it impossible for him to just easily go and access. So now he must, like everybody else, ask permission and so on. So therefore, he requested copies, not for himself, but for the purpose of presenting to the committee in order to assist us with our constitutional duty. So this seems to me like falling within the parameters of our constitutional mandate and that of the IGI and that of the executive. But other than that, we support whatever the committee will, at the end of the day, whatever the conclusion will be. But it's just these elements that we seek clarity on, Chair, from our legal team. So that I make that submission in addition to what I put to the legal team earlier, that perhaps they can also provide clarity on the understanding of access of the IGI to the classified information in question. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Vessel.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, I will repeat what I said earlier. My opinion is that we should engage with the President and with the Acting Minister of Police and ask for reasons why the consultation has not taken place yet. And in the meantime, we should continue with the advice as per paragraph 51 of the legal opinion to confer with the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence and on these matters. And then I agree with the ANC's view that we should also apply for the declassification of the documents in the meantime. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable James.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not going to belabor this matter. I support the views of MK and the DA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable members. I think now you have spoken unambiguously, and we now understand what the committee is saying. And Honorable Sangweni has said all the things in one that honorable members are saying, that the report of the legal team is noted and accepted by the meeting. Number two, that we must check the point that Honorable Solf has just made, whether the IGI has been stripped of his security clearance. Because if he has been stripped of his security clearance, honorable members, it means that he does no longer have access to any document. And even if he appears before us, he will not base his evidence on any authoritative source because he doesn't have any access, even if those documents would have been authored or filed by him. So it's a matter that has to be verified. And number two, we agree that we should confer with our sister committee, the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. And then we also agree that the executive must be made to explain why they would not have granted the IGI an opportunity or responded to him. And the last point that is that the documents we may have to apply for the declassification of the documents. And I think that is contingent on the IGI unable to appear before the committee or on our meeting with the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence. So coming out of this meeting, we will then write to the JSCI to request for a meeting with them. We have been going back and forth with them, communicating with letters. And I think now a face-to-face meeting with them is something that can yield us results. So we are going to conclude the matter in that way that the members have said we should do. Thank you so much for your inputs on this matter. In the first round, you will pardon me, honorable members, I was unable to summarize your discussions. But I think matters came out unambiguously during the second round as to what the committee is essentially saying. Can we then take the next two items, Bonani, which will be the two applications, the application of Mr. Bester and his team, and the application that Honorable Skosana has referred us to.
Chairperson, through your leave, can we first take the questions to the President, that aspect?
It's not a problem. We can take the three items together because the question is to hear whether you have received the responses, and once the responses are here, what do we do with those responses?
No, I'll speak on the questions to the President, to that aspect. Chairperson, we have just received, you will recall that the President wrote to us, Chairperson, requesting that they furnish us with their responses no later than close of business today. Today, Chairperson, we received correspondence from the Parliamentary Counsellor to the President, Dr. Gerard Konerov. And the letter reads as follows, Chairperson. Please note that the President will submit his responses to the questions posed by the ad hoc committee tomorrow on Tuesday, 17 March 2026. Sincere apology for any inconvenience caused. Thank you.
Are you done, Mr. Tejana? Because I can no longer hear you.
Yes, Chairperson, it was just a two-liner letter, Chairperson, to say that they will be submitting their responses tomorrow, Chairperson.
Okay, no, the members have heard you. Yes. And then the next item is the letter of Mr. Bester.
Yes, Chairperson, this is a very scanty letter because all the citizen is saying is that he wants to come and appear And it's not clearly spelled out in terms of what contribution would he be making in terms of the committee's scope of investigation or terms of reference. Safe to say that he wants to come and appear, and I think, Chairperson, we leave it in your hands as the honourable members of this committee to guide us whether you would like him to come and appear or not. Thanks, Chairperson.
Okay. Can we hear the last application?
I think Mr. Ramano will speak to that, Chair. I don't have that.
No, Chairperson, I think Honorable Nkosana should table it.
Did you receive that application, Ramano?
No, Chair, I did not receive an application. I only received a document via WhatsApp from Honorable Nkosana, and I requested him to share it in the group.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's allow him to present it.
Chair, I've forwarded this application, and not only today. Last week, after it was being commissioned to the group and for the secretary to see it, like they've done with the Thabo Bester one. Now, remember, I'm a messenger. Yeah, this is not my affidavit. Hence, I'm surprised when Ramano says I must represent this thing, because I thought he read this thing with the legal team and they'll have an opinion on this matter. Not me having an opinion, because I'm just a messenger on this matter. But this matter comes from the guy called Gemini Prim. He communicated this with Honorable Member Taibosh and Honorable Member Ndlela to say he's being mistreated at Sisimex prison. Now, that's besides the point. All the merits and demerits of the matter is on this affidavit. Now, I'm not going to explain this thing, because hence I was saying it's not for me, it's for the other committee members. I thank you, Chair.
Okay, no, thank you so much. The matter has been presented. It's from what we hear is that the citizen complains about ill treatment in his in the prison where he's held. So can we then circulate the 3 items to the committee for discussion? The African National Congress.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the letter from the President is very unfortunate, given the fact that we had already given an extension until today, close of business. It's very unfortunate. But I suppose since the day that they are saying or confirming that we will have the letter is tomorrow, I think we should accept that, Chair, but make it very clear to the Presidency that we will not be willing to entertain any further extensions. But if it's until this tomorrow, it's fine. Chair, I'm not sure, I do understand that the decisions relating to witnesses and so forth are decisions of the committee. But the committee last week and a few weeks before that had reiterated the point that we have now come to the end of the hearings. There will be no new witnesses that are going to be called, which is the reason why we even moved Generals Masemola and Mkhwanazi to this week, because it was made very clear in this meeting that they are last witnesses. Now, we are not saying that people who want to be heard because they're being mistreated or any other thing should not be heard. And it was for this reason that we had said when we get certain submissions and even when we develop our recommendations, some of these testimonies must be forwarded to the relevant portfolio committees concerned. Now, if Mr. Bester and Mr. Prim are being ill-treated in wherever in prisons, I suppose that is a matter for the Correctional Services portfolio to look at. I think as this ad hoc committee, having come to the conclusion of the hearings, we need to record those as part of the submissions that we have received. But if there's a need for hearings, it should go to the relevant portfolio committees. Thank you, Chair.
The MKP. Chair, can I make an addition?
Sorry, Chair, we have additional.
Hello.
Chair, we have
Honorable Sangoni.
We have additional speakers from the ANC, Chair.
Okay, that is allowed.
Honorable Mola will go first and then the Chief Whip. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I think part of what we must avoid is the committee chair, is that a lot of people are going to make their own way to plead their own views, to outpour their own issues with the committee, which are no longer relevant with the terms of reference that we have adopted. The issue with Mr. Bester is solely about his treatment and all that. It completely has nothing to do with what we're trying to probe and investigate. He's trying to seek a refuge from what we as the committee are trying to do. He has tried every angle in the world, including courts, has been debated. So we see what we're doing as his refuge. So I want to corroborate, Chair, that we shouldn't allow Mr. Bester to come and use this committee as his refuge. And his application to appear before the committee should be dismissed. Thank you very much, sir.
Chair. Chief Whip. Yeah, Chair, thank you very much. Good afternoon to you and colleagues. And please accept my apology because my voice is not in the good shape. But I'm quite certain that you
sound like a Nongoma Sangoma.
You have not recovered, Chief Whip. Yeah, but I'm sure you can hear me. No, I think firstly, I want to agree with the proposal that we should accept the extension requested by the presidency on condition that there won't be a further extension. I think it's important for us to make that point because that issue of a perpetual extension of any kind has got implications on our ability to have our work concluded within the time frame that has been agreed upon by the portfolio committee. So I think it's important that we have to underline that point, that if the submission was meant to come before the end of business today, it has to come tomorrow. If it doesn't come, I think, Chair, you'll have to convey our displeasure to the president, which I think would be somehow failing the president, and by extension, getting the president to be part of that failure, which is not what we want to see as a committee. The second issue, I'm fully in agreement. I'm in full agreement with the view that we don't need to meet Mr. Bester. I would imagine that there are many people who are incarcerated in our correctional facilities who, in one way or the other, are not happy with the treatment of by other inmates or treatment by
officials of the state, or whatever the case may be. I think what we should say in response to him and others like him is that this matter must be dealt with by the Portfolio Committee on Correctional Services. Because there's a committee in Parliament which has a responsibility to deal with matters that relate to correctional services. And the fact that we're an ad hoc committee it's not in any way really, minors or weaken the standing and the prestige of the other portfolio committees of Parliament who have a direct responsibilities to matters of this nature. The other one, I also think that the one that was presented briefly by Honorable Nkosana, I think my own advice would be that my own suggestion, Chair, is that I think we need to come to the point where we accept that it was not going to be possible for us to meet literally every South African who has a desire to appear before the ad hoc committee. It's impossible. It was never going to be possible. I think we will have to write back to them in the same way I'm suggesting with Mr. Pester and give a pointed recommendation as to where should their matters be taken up, and as members of Parliament in our individual capacities, because beyond having handed over our report, we will cease to be members of the ad hoc committee, but in our own individual capacities as members of Parliament, we will make sure that these matters are followed through and they are attended to by the relevant authorities of Parliament or of the state. That's what I wanted to say, Chairperson, and thank you very much.
The MKP.
Thank you, Chair. One, Chair, the issue of the President not responding by the 16th, they requested the date themselves last week, Monday. Now, it's the 16th today, we are told stories. They are behaving the same way as Paul or Sullivan. There's not a difference at all. The Councillor for the President must be told, and the President must be told. It's unacceptable. For the highest office in the land.
On a point of order.
No, wait.
On a point of order. On a point of order, Chair.
Honorable Ngola, let's allow the honorable member
Chair, it's incorrect to say the presidency is behaving like Paul of Sullivan. The presidency did not walk out of what we're doing. It's incorrect to say the presidency is behaving like Paul of Sullivan. Honorable Nkosana is out of order. Honorable Nkosana is out of order. The presidency did write to us, did plead to us that we can't make this date. Can we do this on a particular day? It has pleaded with us.
Can you protect me,
throughout? Even now, they are writing to us. They did not just go missing. To say the presidency is behaving like Paul O'Sullivan is incorrect and is grossly out of order, Chair.
Chair, can I speak, Chair?
Yeah, you can speak, but not be out of order.
Chair, can I speak? Chair?
You will only speak when you are not out of order.
Chairperson. Chairperson. Chairperson.
They will still have who chair, maybe network like a problem. Chair, are you still here?
Yes, I'm in the meeting.
Yeah, but Chair, you are quiet. I've been asking.
Yes, I don't have that gymnastic appetite.
Can I speak, Chair?
I have recognized you to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. No, it's because there was interference here.
what I have said to the honourable member, because the honourable member is debating what you are saying.
No, Chair, it's wrong. It's wrong for you even to think. I've never said. But listen to me, Chair. I've never said, Chair, Paul O'Sullivan has walked out like the president. No. I was saying the president must not behave like Paul O'Sullivan because of these letters of postponing and postponing. Not about walking out. I never spoke about walking out. Who spoke about walking out? I spoke about the behavior that Paul O'Sullivan has been asking for postponement. But I'm saying to you, it's unacceptable, Chair, for the presidency and the president to behave the way they behave. They said that this date for themselves, the 16th, is not us. It's him, the counsel for the president, who said by the 16th, and Honorable Mwango said it's unacceptable then. Today we are getting another excuse. But I understand that because now his party is patronage. What I'm saying, it's wrong, Chair. It doesn't matter who does that. It's completely wrong. If we are all equal before the law, let's accept it's wrong for the president to behave the way they're behaving. I'm not talking about the walkout yet. But coming to the issue, back to the issue of Thabo Bester and Prim. If you read the affidavit of Thabo Bester, it's more personal issues and other issues. But if you want to indulge, read that affidavit of who's this gentleman, Jemani Prim. But if members are not interested, they said Portfolio is going to go back where it was. And there's no help, there's nothing because of the issues which he raised. But I thought that we will apply all of us, our mind. But it looks like some of the people didn't read that affidavit. But be that as it may, if the vote is against it, there's nothing I can do because I've deposited that and they've done everything, the honorable members, to bring this matter. Whether you say he must write a letter, but to send him back to the portfolio committee, they won't help with this matter which is here. As far as I'm concerned, this matter is in our terms of reference. I thank you, Chair. Thank you.
I have requested you to listen to me. And sometimes when I keep quiet in the meeting is because I don't want to chair a rowdy meeting. I understand you to be honorable members, and when the chairperson requests you to keep quiet so that the chairperson can give direction on how matters have to be dealt with. I thought you honorable members will understand. Number one is that Honorable Ngola called a point of order, and he was debating the matters that you, Honorable Skosana, have made. And he could have waited for you to finish. And then when you have finished your statement, if there was any other matter that he wanted to raise or to correct emanating from your statement, he would be allowed to do so. But the manner in which he interjected you, I don't think that is correct. Anyway, we have gone past that. I want to thank you that you did not react when he interjected you when you were still speaking. And we have also heard what you said regarding the letter. We are now going to allow the next party, which is the DA, to speak on the three items.
There's a mistake, Chair. Honorable Shongo didn't speak, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Shongo, you can come in.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I wouldn't be surprised by finding similarities between Paulo Sullivan and President Ramaphosa. Remember, Paulo Sullivan said he's trained Ubabu Ramaphosa. So the tactics of delaying with letters might be from the training. But what is important is
Chair, on a point of order.
Yeah, this is the point of order I'm going to accept.
And I'll be quiet.
Chair, on a point of order.
Yeah, you will have to hold Honorable Songwe, and we hear Honorable Ngola.
Chairperson, I've actually accepted what you have scolded me on. And I agree that maybe I would have misunderstood what Honorable Skosana was saying. And I apologize sincerely for that. And I think, Chair, here we are discussing a very incorrect thing. Incorrect how, Chair? Incorrect on the basis that the presidency wrote officially to us. And the issue that was testified in the ad hoc committee in relation to the training and the reservist thingy is actually not contextually correct in this meeting for what the presidency is saying to us. The presidency is simply saying
Chair, it's no longer a point of order, Chair. Now
we
this is a statement, Chair.
We will bring the responses to you as the committee, but please allow us few hours later. You remember
Point of
would
order,
have
Chair. This is a
made
defense for the president. This, Chair, is a defense for the president. This is not a point of
You'll
order.
remember, Chair, that would
This
have
is a
made
defense, Chair.
I have allowed the member to speak on the point of order. If we can allow him to finish.
You remember, Chair, we would have made a decision as the committee to allow the presidency to submit the questions, the responses until today, which is Monday. So it's just a matter of hours that they must submit. So it can't be equivalated to some Mr. Paulo Sullivan and stuff. So, Chair, it is out of order in my view. Of course, Chair, I will submit to your ruling. Thank you.
The point of order is sustained. Honorable Shongwe, can you please proceed?
I will proceed, Chair, but I will correct the fact that, Chair, there's nothing wrong with me saying there's similarities. It is similar. Paul wrote a letter and President Ramaphosa also did write a letter. So there's nothing wrong there, Chair. Why should it be defended? The fact remains, Chair, we said to President Ramaphosa must come physically at the ad hoc and present himself. Now, should, Chair, we find that in those letter and answers, we are not satisfied. We'll be, by the time we can call him in, we'll be out of time, including the fact that if you can hear Honorable Sangoni saying that we've shifted these two members of SAPS for the last in terms of witnesses and taking off this thing. I don't know how to call it. Paulo Sullivan, but to come to the point is that we needed these questions to be answered on time. He was given ample time. He knew before he was defended by the members of the ANC who will be coming. They are the ones who push for the member, the president, not to respond physically, but to respond.
On a point of order, Chair. On a point of order. Chairperson, it is factually incorrect and it's misleading for Honorable Shongwe to say members of the ANC were defending Paulo Sullivan. We can go back to the records. The ANC has been on the record.
So the point of order is out of order. I'm talking about defending the president, not Sullivan.
Honorable Shongwe, if you may please allow.
Yeah, I think Shongwe has been away for quite some time, so he's fatigued. He doesn't know what is happening now. I think someone else must fill him in. Shongwe is out of order and
directly. He's answering on Paulo Sullivan. What fatigue there? talking about Paul Sullivan. I'm talking about President Ramaphosa. I'm saying they've defended President President Ramaphosa. She is calling a point of order for Paul O'Sullivan. What is wrong there, Chair? She is wrong. Correct that, Chair, so that I can proceed.
President Ramaphosa
If you can allow Honorable Sango, let me just have your time. If the honorable member can allow you to speak your point of order, as the chair, I have recognized Honorable Sango, and I just want you to know that any other honorable member who speaks without being recognized, the chair does not listen to what is being said. The person who is on the platform now is Honorable Sango. You can go ahead, Honorable Sango.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It's really unfortunate that we are wasting time having to call points of order when there are important matters on the table. Honorable Shongwe is misrepresenting the African National Congress and he's misleading this House and the nation. The African National Congress at no point has defended anybody, whether it's O'Sullivan or it's the president. We have merely commented on the request for extensions, and we have said that this extension must be the last. Now, I'm not sure which part of that is defending, and we really do not take kindly to that, Chair.
Can we then allow Honorable Shongwe to proceed?
Thank you, Chair. I think because President Paul Sullivan, because the point of order was on Paul Sullivan. I was speaking on President Ramaphosa. But Chair, as I proceed, Chair, we do not accept the letter, but unfortunately, there is nothing we can do. And tonight, Chair, we don't act and as if we want to go to city. It's wrong and ends our President Ramaphosa. It's wrong. Bekumele ngabuzile. Lento ukuthi aphinda athi uzobhala incwadi. Nakusasa wabhala incwadi Chair siyothini. So akunankinga Chair, iqhubeke. Akusenani. Siyabonga.
The DA.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just regarding the President's letter, I think it is very unfortunate that another extension is asked. I don't really know what more we can do, but to allow that additional little bit of time. But it does send the wrong message, especially because we have previously granted an extension. I guess there's nothing else we can really do. Or at least for now, but it must be placed on record, Chair, that it's unacceptable that we have oversight bodies for a reason, and we have to keep on allowing extension, especially when with other witnesses or people that we've reached out to or communicated with, we try to stop that from happening with other people. But the rest all fine, Chair. Thank you.
The EFF. The PA.
Chair, thank you. On the letter of the President, I see no problem with awaiting the response tomorrow. On the issue of the document submitted by, or the request submitted by Mr. Bester and Mr. Prim via Honorable Kosana. We obviously know procedurally that this was submitted last week, after which we as a committee has decided we are ending this week. So obviously it's far too late. But Chairperson, you must allow me to deal with the narrative and the underlying motif that is being promoted here by Honorable Skosana. Firstly, he is right that Mr. Bester's document was placed on the agenda and it was also received recently, but Mr. Prim's document was not on the agenda. And so that is incorrect. So I agree with him on that. What I disagree with is then the connotation attached to that to make it look like that has happened because there is an attempt by the committee to keep the document of Mr. Prim off the official agenda. To support this view, I was first I gave him the benefit of the doubt. But then as Honorable Skosana continued to talk, he then said in his submission that, well, if the committee has not read the document, it's fine. And it seems like they haven't read it. And so for that reason, we don't see the importance of the other details that is within the document. So again, that now supports this undertone that there's an attempt of us to ensure that document does not appear. So I want to deal with the elephant in the room clearly, because it's very important that we deal with the lie in the system. So when Honorable Skosana says, have we read? I want to put for the record, we have read, we as in the Patriotic Alliance has read that document. And what Honorable Skosana is referring to is the other issues, apart from the treatment in prison. The other issues is Mr. Prim is making very strong allegations against Honorable Gayton McKenzie and Honorable Kenny Kunene. Very, very strong false information there. Now, I don't want the South African populace to think that this committee has a joint attempt to keep that document away because of this information. And then later when it comes out, then it is like the committee has tried to cover this up, and then it makes the integrity of the committee questionable. So I want to ensure that we uphold the integrity of this committee by being transparent. Unfortunately, it's late. We are closing. But the recourse for Honorable Skosana is that because they believe in those allegations, I think in the spirit of transparency and commitment to assist the member of the public, they should assist the member of the public, one, to take it to the proper committees, two, if they are so confident that are affected, to open cases against it, and so that it's dealt with. I want to encourage Honorable Skosana.
I have recognized Honorable Souls. I have recognized Honorable Souls. I'm going to request you to allow him to conclude.
Yeah, but I wanted to make a point of order. Just a sentence to say, you should not say that I believe. I don't believe in anything sent by anybody here. We are going to test any allegation. So it's misleading to say I believe. No. Don't attribute that to me. I don't believe anything. We're still going to deliberate all these matters on our source. So don't say I believe. No, I don't believe anything from anyone. Thank you, Jay.
We've had ample, many applications, South Africans now wanting to come forward. But like I said, we put the interest of South Africans first, and we need to conclude the work of this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. May you conclude, Honorable Solf?
Thank you, Chairperson. On Honorable Skosana, I have to say that it's false. There's nothing wrong with that because we know that it's false. The onus then would be on us if he continues with the process.
Point of order, Chair.
No, Chairperson. This is now unfair. Let me complete what I want to say then, because now I'm responding to a point of order by Honorable Skosana, but now another honorable member is raising something else.